Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on those of you who are watching the news are probably being entertained by the reality TV show pretending to be the U.S. government with a obviously fake Donald Trump flip-flopping over not just Epstein but pretty well everything else. The things have reached the point where the U.S. government, as it now stands, is a laughingstock of the world. So, the good news, though, is that everybody now who's actually paying attention knows that the U.S. government is run by criminals and torture them to death. And that there's a sort of blackmailed cult. The point is that a critical mass of people know this now, and they're getting more and more angry. I was looking at comments on places like Zero Hedge, and they're talking about how they used to burn these people at the stake, and that our ancestors had it right. So things are getting to a very intense point, and they're going to try now to, do a heavily redacted release of Epstein files to try to kind of calm public opinion, but it's not going to work. This whole thing is going to implode big time. But there's going to be more chaos over the summer because, as I mentioned last week, I talked to high-level sources and they tell me that, nothing's going to happen important until September. So what we're watching is the kind of implosion of a fake show. Now, as an example of just how fake the U.S. government has become, take a look at this video of so-called Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth promoting drones, U.S. drones. Okay, it's kind of an amateur presentation, but the really pathetic part about it. Well, anyway, watch it and then I'll comment. So, the pathetic part about this demonstration is that the U.S. cannot make drones without Chinese parts. Everything they need to make a drone comes from China. So this talk about now that the U.S. aircraft carriers have been proven to be white elephants that can be sunk with a single missile, and the U.S. has lost 3 of them, then they're basically going to have to mothball the rest. So now they're saying, well, yeah, but we're all up there with drones. Well, no, they're not. Okay? Now, the other thing, though, that is worrying about the current fake Trump is that they are trying to use the magic money printing machine in a desperate bid to stay in power. They're trying to, create money out of nothing, which basically means stealing it from everybody, and then handing it out to their buddies in a desperate attempt to stay in power. But they don't control reality. They cannot do this. So, for example, even the Russian official news is noticing that Trump has said, we're going to give you tariffs in 24 hours, 100 days, 50 days, and he's contradicting himself. So they are aware that whoever is playing the role of Donald Trump since June is not the same as the person who was there for the first 6 months. And I asked my U.S. Space Force sources about the real Trump, and I haven't heard more back from them there, but supposedly he's at the last I heard was at the Pitufik, air base in Greenland. So, it seems like they've just withdrawn to let this sort of show implode. But the worrying thing is that this fake budget they just put out with fake money includes $75 billion for ICE, but it's really an excuse to create an armed force to protect the cabal because the U.S. military is no longer following their orders, and that guy Pete Hegseth is definitely not in charge of the military. There's no doubt about that. Now, the other thing that's going on, of course, is Europe is on its last legs. The EU is on its last legs. We still have Jean-Michel de Rothschild using Emmanuel Macron as his sort of avatar, controlling the governments of Germany and the UK. And they're talking about a coalition of the willing to fight in Ukraine. They're talking about attacking Moscow. They're talking about all sorts of things. But the fact is, they don't have the money. They don't have the weapons. This announcement, for example, that the U.S. is now going to, by Donald Trump, the U.S. is going to send Patriot missiles and other weapons to the Ukraine. But if you listen carefully, what they're saying is the Europeans are going to pay for it. And the Europeans are saying, no, we're not going to pay anything. So, it's just hot air blowing in circles. But it's distracting from very important big news that really is happening. So, for example, when the BRICS had their big summit, and they announced that they're setting up a new international headquarters, a military headquarters to fight transnational crime and terrorism. Okay, this is important because it means they've set up a military headquarters in Tashkent whose aim is Israel, because Israel is the source of world terrorism. They're the Khazarian mafia, and that is, proven beyond a doubt so many times that, everybody knows it. I mean, just look at the stuff that's going on with Gaza. So, and Israel is definitely on its last legs. The Netanyahu government has lost the support of the ultra-Orthodox, so they now only have 50 out of 120 seats in the Israeli parliament, and more of the military are refusing to follow orders. So and their economy is still shut down. But it's not just Israel. The European economy is now shutting down. The Russians are reporting that because the Europeans are being forbidden from buying oil from Russia or anywhere except, companies controlled by the Rockefellers, they cannot, their petrochemical industry has shut down. They cannot produce glass. Their whole economy is imploding. But the point about having someone like Professor Sachs say this in public is it means that the Overton window, the window that people are allowed to talk in the so-called public space of, millions of people. So this is all going to come to a head probably in the autumn. And I do suggest everybody rest up. I'm certainly going to call all my military, secret society, other contacts to demand, we finally put an end to this. It's been going on for so long and so many of us are sick of it, but they really are running out of money. They really are running out of support. And now, even the most brainwashed of the brainwashed are aware that the people who run the so-called governments in the West are not democratic and that they actually worship Satan, and that will not be allowed to continue. We all must do our part. But in the meantime, just watch this show with Trump and let's see how it goes. But we're definitely seeing some kind of a controlled implosion. And also, maybe, just maybe, we'll finally get some real truth about the secret space program and flying saucers. There's some kind of massive fire raging at Area 51. So we don't know if that's a cover-up or whatever. Unfortunately, my main source with the secret space, it was successful. He is recovering, and hopefully soon we'll get some new information from this very valuable source. But like I say, if you look at the math, if you look at the numbers, the European and U.S. economies are bankrupt, and no amount of fake money is going to cover that up. The EU has just tried to increase their budget by 58%. But nobody's willing to pay. I mean, the countries in the EU are saying, no, we're not going to pay for that. And hopefully we'll see all these people in jail soon. The Russians make it very clear that they want to end Satanism and they want to end Nazism in Europe. And hopefully, and I'm going to ask my Russian sources again, why haven't you marched down all the way to Paris, and arrest these people? You don't even have to march there. The Russian army could get all the way to France in a week or two. The Europeans do not have the ability to fight more than a week. They've used all their weapons. They've used all their ammunition. And all the Russians would have to do is say, arrest von der Leyen and these other criminals, and these blackmailed pedophiles, or else we will invade. They won't have to invade because just the threat would be enough because they'll cave. But again, I mean, I'm being told by the French that, wait until the autumn. They're going to have Macron and removed, and they were going to reveal Brigitte Macron as a man, and that he's Jean-Michel de Rothschild. Maybe, but these people always try to buy time. They always say, just wait, the check is in the mail, blah, 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 and then they always kind of come up with something nasty. So that's still going to happen, but like I say, we've reached a critical mass. I don't think it'll be much longer now because even, some of the most brainwashed people I know are talking about Epstein and about pedophile. They can't hide it anymore. And, our ancestors burned them like witches. I'm hoping more for like truth and reconciliation and re-education of the children of these elites. But the longer they try to put us off, the more likely it is they are going to end up facing the death penalty. But in the meantime, try to enjoy your summer and rest assured that even though the good guys seem to be inactive, the bad guys are imploding all by themselves. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Is Cliff High or just too busy to post? Usually he posts quite often, but has not posted since his welcome to the time zone. Another thing, there are constant advertisements on YouTube about earning $1,000 plus per day via some sort of collaboration between the Royal Bank and the Government of Canada. They have Carney with an Aussie accent and Kevin O'Leary pushing this stuff. You have to pay $250 or $350 to enroll. Is this just another theft?
It sure sounds like another theft to me. I'll have to look into it further. Now, as far as Cliff High is concerned, I was also told by my sources that he hasn't been posting, and I know people who know him directly. I'll make inquiries, but certainly there's a very heavy-duty campaign to shut down the truth right now. Henry Mako's site has been under severe attack for days. I can only access it here in Canada by using a virtual private network and pretending I'm accessing it from Thailand. And Jim Stone Freelance has been off the grid for a very long time. So there is a big push to try to silence real truth tellers. But there's too many of us and too many people know now. It's going to be futile. But I'll definitely make inquiries about Cliff High. But I was worried about Henry Mako. I did make inquiries, and he is okay. It's just that his site is under attack. Of course, me too. I always get threats and stuff from these people, but that's just, business as usual. But they cannot suppress the truth. The truth will always find its way out, and hopefully sooner rather than later. But again, if you're in the military, go up your chain of command and ask why your top leaders are protecting mass murdering pedophiles. And if you find a member of the military who supports these mass murdering pedophiles, arrest them. You can do that yourself. You have the law on your side. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Could you please take some time to explain the real/fake Trump? This is quite confusing. Who's pulling the strings, and what's keeping the real Trump from taking power?
Well, that's a very good question, and it is confusing. But what we know for sure, just by looking at the videos and comparing the height of Trump with the height of people standing next to him, that we have three Trumps appearing in public as Donald Trump. We have the real one, who's 6'3" and appears with Melania, who's very tall. And this Melania is very beautiful and one of a kind. Now we have since June, we have a new fake Trump who's a little bit shorter than Pete Hegseth, so he's a little bit under 6 feet tall, with a fat and ugly so-called Melania beside him. And this is the one they've been using since June as part of some sort of new campaign. And then we have the 5'10", short, fat, ugly one who's out there a lot too as a talking head. So there seem to be three, but two of them are definitely working for the dark side because they're talking about, you know, supplying the Nazi regime or the Satanist regime in Ukraine with weapons. They're threatening everybody. They're reneging on all the promises that were made by the original Trump, such as the Department of Government Efficiency promises, all that kind of stuff. And I'm also asking, where's the real Trump? What's going on? I'm not getting answers. All I know is that, you know, old information that he's in Greenland, and I'm going to try to find out more and ask why he is not taking action and rounding these people up. I suspect the answer is they don't have money, and that means we need to take some sort of action about, you know, taking away the magic money machine, and that means going after the fake King Charles and the fake Pope Leo to find out who is controlling that money machine. I'm pretty sure the trail will lead to Jean-Michel de Rothschild. Next question.
Hi, Ben. This question is out of Japan. Recently, there is a new political party called Sanseito, led by a guy named Sohei Kamiya. This party appeared around 5 or 6 years ago. Is there anything that you know about this party?
Well, what I know from direct experience is that the elections in Japan are completely rigged and fake. And so even though they're having a new election and they have this party, they're not going to be allowed to win. However, and the Unification Church, by the way, is linked to North Korea and the Koreans, and they've been under a lot of attack. You know, they attacked me a lot over the years, but right now, you know, they're being attacked by the same people as are attacking me. But my understanding is that something has happened to Japan, and that they realize they're openly defying the fake Trump who's appeared since June. They're not paying attention to the U.S. government. They are going to push for some kind of independence. So something has changed. But I wouldn't pay too much attention to the political parties because they don't have any real power. The trick is the imperial family and the military, and they seem to realize that now now that Richard Armitage has gone, that they can finally, you know, act on their own. Something has happened in Japan. We'll see, but that Sanseito, I don't think is going to be the answer. Next question.
Hi, Ben. It seems the cabal are ramping up their weather warfare weapons with the latest floods in Texas, predominantly girls, is just heartbreaking. Do you know if these weather weapons can be neutralized or outright destroyed?
They can be neutralized. Japan has been quite successfully stopping directed weather attacks. What happens is if you have a wavelength like that on their beam, you send out something with an opposite wavelength to neutralize it. So that technology is out there. And the other thing that's going on is that it's no longer a one-way street. So in other words, if the U.S. or the cabal threatens to use weather warfare, it can be used against them as well. The same is true with earthquake weapons. So, for example, there was talk of a big earthquake in Japan on July 5th, and there were suddenly hundreds, maybe thousands of earthquakes in an island chain in Japan. And guess what happened? Suddenly, there were also hundreds of earthquakes around Mount Rainier in Washington State. So, both earthquakes stopped. In other words, if you hit us, we'll hit you, has created a kind of a deadlock, and so the cabal no longer has a monopoly on weather warfare. But as far as the case in Texas needs to be concerned, I think the trick is to find out who took those girls, where they went, find that, and you'll find the answers. But the public record shows it was Peter Thiel who financed the weather warfare attack on Texas, so he's a person of interest. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. The deep state is definitely tinkering with Pam Bondi and the other cabinet members. I believe the cabinet members are united against the deep state, but are now trying to fight back by drawing attention to things that would seemingly not make sense in order to throw the deep state off its game. Your thoughts, if any?
Well, my thoughts just by watching it is that they have lost the plot. I mean, they're reality TV actors, and they don't really know how to run a government. And right now, they're flailing about and imploding. So, I would just say, enjoy the show. Watch this whole thing implode. I don't think this regime will last beyond the summer. Okay, well, that's it for me this week. I hope to see you again next week.
All right, folks, welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm with Benjamin Fulford once again to give us his view from the battlefield. Benjamin, man, thank you for joining me again. It's been a bit.
It's a pleasure to be on with you.
Okay, so let's just get started. Let's just kick it off. There's so much going on. It looks like there's chaos within the FBI, the DOJ, Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, Cash Patel threatening to resign if something isn't done with Pam Bondi. Elon Musk is attacking Trump, saying that Bannon and Trump are on the Epstein list. The Epstein list didn't come out. Help us make sense of this.
All right. I've always said that there are two factions who are fighting, and they each have their own version of Donald Trump. I know that it's very hard for people to get their heads around this, but the fact is that if you look at Trump standing next to world leaders, you can see there's one who's 5'10" and there's one who's 6'3".
I can't deny that. I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but what's going on is definitely since the Iran attack, the Trump that we have been seeing is obviously working for the Rothschilds, and there's a lot of different evidence for this. I mean, first of all, let me tell you, I'm actually directly in touch with the French intelligence about this. So, I have my own sources, but just publicly available information can confirm this to some extent. So, for example, President Macron on July 1st called Putin for the first time since 2022. And they asked him, why did you call now? And he said, because there's been a regime change. Well, there was a regime change supposedly in January of 2025, not in July. So that's the one thing. And then,
A regime change regarding us?
well, yeah, you meant in the U.S. because there's everybody knows that there's a
A,
single
a,
government in the
a
West.
regime change, not when he got elected and he did the inauguration. You're saying after that, another
Well,
regime?
I'm saying Macron is saying that in July. He said, I'm talking to Putin now because there was a regime change. What's he referring to? Because if it's talk, and the other thing is that if you look at what Trump is doing and saying, oh, one more thing I wanted to add. Candace Owens put on her own site that Trump called her and asked her not to say that Macron was Brigitte Macron
Was
was a man, to
was
stop
not a
writing
man,
that.
right?
So, um, but the thing is, if you look at what Trump is
And
doing,
then Candace outed him, put it all out there. Like, I'm not going to stop doing what I'm doing. She's
well,
helped.
you have this MAGA movement say, all right, let's go get all these, let's drain the swamp, and Trump is our man. He's going to do it for us. And we have this Trump appearing in public saying, we're not going to give weapons to Ukraine. NATO is useless. Netanyahu is a war criminal. Et cetera, et cetera. And then suddenly, 180, oh yeah, and we're not going to attack Iran. And suddenly we have this
And
new
he's
Trump.
supplying Ukraine with weapons.
He's supplying Ukraine with weapons. He's suddenly, kissing Netanyahu's ass. He's doing the opposite, and then he's going to a NATO meeting saying, "Yeah, we're going to fight Russia for NATO," and it's like a completely different plot that he's reading. It's like you have this uh, Game of Thrones type moment where everything suddenly changes, and you get a whole new set of people in charge. There's no doubt about it. But here's the thing. Okay, here's what I've been paying attention to is that my sources keep telling me that French President Macron uh, is married to his father, who is cross-dressing as Brigitte Macron. Now that sounds way out there, but last week a French court in Paris ruled that Brigitte Macron was a man. Okay, this is an official court, going through official documents. What happened was these two French journalists who put out a very detailed dossier explaining why Brigitte Macron was a man, and very extensive evidence. They were attacked, they were sued, and they won in court because they could prove the facts. And this is important because it's not something on the internet, it's an official court. And what I was told is that this is going to lead to regime change in France in the autumn, possibly into early next year. And then everybody underneath that, including the new fake Trump, Keir Starmer in the UK, Merz in Germany, they're all going to fall. The dominoes are going to fall. That's what I'm being told.
Do you think it's a double, a Trump double? Or are you saying he's been replaced completely? Because if he's been replaced completely, that means he was probably taken out or assassinated.
Well, what I've been told is that the Trump that the MAGA people elected, the 6'3" tall one who always appears with Melania, had to flee Washington D.C. because of the change in the security system, and he's in the Pitufik Air Base in Greenland. So supposedly we still have the real Trump at a U.S. Space Force base. I mean, this is what I'm telling. My sources are telling me. But if you look at everything that the current Trump we're seeing on our screens does and says, it doesn't make sense. Another thing that people can check on the public record is that Trump, as a businessman, whenever he went bankrupt, he was rescued by the Rothschilds. This is public record. This is not conspiracy theory. So we have some very rich people who kept in secret, using reality show actors pretending to be presidents, and we have different groups, each with their own reality show actor fighting, and
They
this
have their
is
own like avatar.
yeah, their own avatar, their own version of Trump. I mean, there can be no
I
doubt about
mean,
it. Everyone can see now there's a complete
so
contradiction.
so what's going to happen here with this new Trump, this new double? I mean, is he going to go with the? Is he following lockstep the New World Order agenda? And what is Trump, the real Trump, going to do about it from Greenland?
Well, that's a good question, which I've been trying to bug my contacts in the secret in the Space Force to say, why aren't you going in there and arresting all these bums? Which a lot of us are asking that very same question, and clearly it's because they have such a tight grip on the very tip top of power, which means that it needs to be a strong push from the bottom up
So
to
let me get
get
this
these.
straight. Let me get this straight. So what we did with Biden in 2020, replace him. Trump is retruth that Trump retruth that he was executed and there was a fake Biden. Trump retruth that. Are you
Yeah,
telling me the black hats saw the white hats do that? Now the black hats did it to the white hats?
critical mass finds out what they've been doing. They're going to be facing Nuremberg type war
But
crimes
what do they need a
tribunals.
Hail Mary for if they've successfully replaced Trump? They got their man in there now.
Well, yeah, but Trump and is running a bankrupt corporation that is being isolated by the rest of the world. I mean, listen to him. He says he's going to put 500% uh, tariff on Iranian oil. He can't. He physically can't. If he does that, the United States is finished. He every day he says different things. 25% tariff in Canada. Oh, no tariff in Canada. Oh, we got to deal with England. Everything's okay. Oh, we're going to put 36% tariff on England.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it's like flipping and flopping, and clearly they don't have money. They just had this big BRICS meeting, which everybody in the U.S. probably ignored. But the BRICS now control 44% of the world GDP and about 80% of the population. The G7 is now down to 28%, and they're in debt. They have to borrow from the rest of the world. They don't have the money, and the rest of the world is saying we're sick and tired of this clown show in Washington D.C. and the genocide in Gaza, and you got to do something about it. And they're sick and tired of it. And what I'm hearing also, I mean, I have a lot of contacts in the Western intelligence. They're all saying the same thing. We've got to get rid of these people. And it always, if you go up the food chain, okay, so in the in the UK, you go up and you find they have a fake King Charles who controls the money signing, power. And then in the Vatican, you have this Jewish Pope who supports the Ukraine, which is an openly Satanist regime. and he has signing power. And then on top of that, you have the Jean-Michel de Rothschild, and they don't want to give up their magical money printing machine. That's what it's really about. I mean, I've been in touch with a group of royals, including Asian and Western royals, called the Dragon family, and they're saying we will end this Babylonian debt slavery. We'll give you $100 trillion. You don't have to pay it back to rebuild your infrastructure and everything else. But they're not accepting this offer because it means they lose power. They lose that Federal Reserve Board, that magical money printing machine.
I've heard that going into this week and next week is going to be a pretty big, explosive couple weeks or a few weeks, with Powell probably stepping down from the Federal Reserve, and also Russiagate blowing open. Do you see any of that happening?
To be honest, my sources are telling me we're going to see more, you know, street theater pretending to be government throughout the summer, and nothing big is going to happen until after the summer. I mean, that's what my sources are saying. But I'm sure they'll come up with all sorts of drama. But for example, firing Pam Bondi, that doesn't do it. That's what they call shaking off the lizard's tail. To avoid getting caught.
Right. They're blaming it all on Pam Bondi now, and Dan Bongino saying he's going to step down. So does Kash Patel now. What's going on? There looks like there's utter chaos.
Well, what should be happening is that the people in the FBI and the agencies who are not corrupt need to arrest any of their seniors, their bosses. They tried very, very hard to start World War III yet again with Iran, and it ended up, basically destroying Israel. They lost that war, but that was a very, very serious attempt. And they're still going to do more things because these are desperate, dangerous people. So the other thing I've been hearing from my sources is that there's about 20 million undocumented military-age males in Western Europe and a similar amount in the United States, and they're going to try to do something with these people during the summer.
They're going to get activated.
Yeah. And I'm in Canada now, and 1 out of 15 people in Canada now arrived within the past year. And they're hanging around the downtowns of the big cities, and they're not what, normally would consider as Canadians in their behavior, like being polite and not committing crime. And this is the same all over the US, all over Europe. They are still planning something. Okay. These people aren't going to go quietly into the night, and it's
because they got to make it count. They can't do something careless or last second and then it just fumbles. They got to make sure it counts, and I would imagine they want to make it as big or bigger than 9/11.
Yeah, that's what, and they already failed with the Iranian Tehran Times, the English paper in Iran, reported, and I confirmed this, that they were planning a huge 9/11 type mass murder explosion event in the United States for July 4th. And the Iranians, with help from the Russians and the Chinese, gave the White Hats a list of the names of people who were trying to pull this off, and they didn't do it. They failed for their July 4th event.
What about Benjamin Netanyahu? I know he's obviously he's Israel intelligence. He's obviously, when he says Tel Aviv today, New York tomorrow, I took that as a threat. And now he's going to give Trump a Nobel Peace Prize. That's very confusing.
Well, it is like the end of this whole regime. It's gotten so crazy that even the most brainwashed people are saying that something is fundamentally wrong, something doesn't work. The Japanese government is no longer talking to these people.
You're talking about Trump's administration is.
Yeah. They're saying we cannot negotiate with these people. They're not rational. They change every second day. Russian diplomats are saying the same thing. The United States, we cannot negotiate them.
Yeah, and Trump's putting tariffs on UE and then or the EU, and then he's going to put tariffs on Mexico again, 30%. That just came out right now, breaking.
Yeah, well, it's like this guy who's been going around shopping and putting everything on his tab in a shopping center, right? And all the store owners said, hey, you know what? This guy hasn't been paying, so let's make him pay cash from now on. And they all agree, right? So then this guy comes around and says, oh yeah, I'm going to boycott all your stores. I'm going to make you pay tariffs. Well, he can't. He's borrowing to buy the stuff from these people. He's not in a position to dictate. The tariffs were supposed to... The other thing that really bothers me is you have these people running supposedly the largest country on earth can't do basic math. So they think that tariffs are somehow going to replace taxes, but the tariffs have only brought in 3% of what they need to keep the U.S. government going. And the other thing is they have Trump going out and saying, "Oh, it's going to be Ukrainian rare earth that's going to pay for everything." Well, there isn't no rare earth in Ukraine. What there is a bit of lithium owned by the Russians.
What about what's happening with Africa?
Africa, they've been kicked out of everywhere. They got kicked. The French got kicked out of most of their former
But I heard
colonies.
they're getting ready to. Trump struck a deal with them, and he's created this peace deal, and then now what they're getting ready to form is the United States of Africa.
Well, they are creating a United States of Africa, but this United States of Africa is not going to make any deal with Trump or his Rothschild French masters. I mean, the current Trump. I know that. I talked to African people, and they're not.
When did Trump get replaced? Exactly when did he get replaced? Was it June, July?
I'm thinking it was in June, around the time of the G7 meeting in Canada.
Really?
Yeah, I think that he left that meeting, and then everything changed, and everything went towards.
Why would he even be going to a G7 meeting?
Well, I think he was hoping to get some kind of money, and he didn't get it.
Didn't he come back on an emergency?
Well, the emergency turned out to be this attack on Iran.
Right. But I mean, he still was able to create a peace deal.
Well, no. I mean, what happened was, okay, Israel ran out of missiles. They took all the missiles they had in Taiwan, Ukraine. They sent them all to Israel, and they still lost because they didn't realize how many missiles the Iranians had. I got this directly from the Defense Intelligence Agency. What the Iranians did, and the Americans didn't know they had submarines with missiles on them. They took all their old missiles and sent them all at once and used up all the anti-missile defenses in Israel.
Wow.
And then they started hitting with the real ones. And 1/3 of the buildings in Israel have been destroyed.
This makes so much sense to me. So they bombarded them with all their junk, and then it got the Iron Dome busy, taking care of all the junk, and then started penetrating it with junk because the Iron Dome was too busy trying to defend against all this. And then started sending in their serious stuff and penetrating.
Yeah, so you send in a $50,000 drone, and they send $1 million missile to shoot it down, and then they run out of $1 million missiles. Then you send in your good stuff.
Wow!
And they destroyed Mossad headquarters, they destroyed military headquarters, they destroyed Ben Gurion Airport, and my sources are telling me that as a result of these attacks, that's 1 out of 10 people. And Israelis are not allowed to leave the country, and they get put in jail if they try to film the damage to their buildings.
I was wondering how come I haven't seen much footage on this. See, I don't want to believe you, and then you make a lot of sense with shit like this, and I'm like...
I've posted the footage of the buildings being destroyed, I mean, it's happened.
So America's in trouble right now.
Well, yeah, but hopefully it's it's looking more and more like... Donald Trump, as we see him now, is going to be like Boris Yeltsin in the Soviet Union. He's going to preside over the collapse of a rotten system, and hopefully we're going to have some kind of American Putin finally fix things. And maybe it's the golden boy Trump in the military base, or maybe it's someone from the FBI who we've never heard of before.
So what is Trump's family doing with this shit? Like, what is everyone doing that are around Trump and know that's not Trump? Why they're not? I mean, I don't understand how they keep this a secret.
Well, clearly they know if they went against the program. I mean, they've been brought up in this whole system. And these people who are born into that system are in a state of total fear of disobedience. I remember I personally asked George Soros and Paul Wolfowitz at the Foreign Correspondents Club in Japan about the families that own the Federal Reserve Board. And there was a look of sheer horror on their faces for a second before they evaded my question. But there's such a regime of fear among this group so that's why I think Trump and his family cannot say anything.
So do you think they invited him to the G7 summit and then kidnapped him? Or, I mean, what gave him an ultimatum or what? Like, how did this happen? How do you think this went down?
What I think they told him was that if you don't go along with this, United States is going to go bankrupt. The whole thing is going to go under. And this is the same thing that happened back when Trump allowed Biden to steal the election. It was the same thing. They're saying, "Hey, you're gonna have a catastrophic bankruptcy. Everything is gonna fall apart." But I keep saying that's exactly what you need to do. You need to pull the plug on the whole system and reboot from the ground up. There's no other way to do it.
So
Look,
what do you think? What do you expect we should see? What do you think we're going to see these next couple weeks, few weeks? Because I've heard some big things like Powell going to be stepping down from the Federal Reserve. I've heard
yeah,
Russiagate explodes. You don't think any of that's going to happen?
yeah. I mean, there are. I've also read reports about Powell being taken down, and maybe they'll try to get rid of Pam Bondi, but I don't think that's going to be enough. And even removing Powell from the Federal Reserve Board doesn't deal with the real problem. Is that Powell is just a servant, and you have to go talk to the real people. And the forensic trail, I've been following this for like more than a decade, 2 decades almost, and the trail always leads to the Vatican, to the British royals, and to the Swiss people, the Octagon group. And right now, the people who control the Federal Reserve Board are this fake Jewish Pope Leo, a fake King Charles, and Jean-Michel de Rothschild. That's why I think taking him down is going to then cause a change in the whole Trump reality theater in the United States and in governments in the UK and Germany.
So what's Leo's role in all this? Obviously, he's going to be a nemesis to Trump regarding the immigration. But what's Leo's role in all this? And I thought that well, yeah, just answer that. Go ahead.
Well, look, Leo is going completely against, like literally thousands of years of Catholic teaching. He's promoting uh, homosexual marriage. That's there's nothing to do whether I'm in favor or against it, in favor of it or against it. It's just that the Catholics are very much against it, and then you have this Pope going against what the Catholics have always taught, and then the main thing for me was he invited Zelensky as the first person he met and who's been persecuting Christians. So why is that the first person the Pope invites?
Because it's all
Really,
Luciferian, man.
so I think Francis was the last Pope, and the
But
Catholic
Francis was
Pope.
no good as well. He was. I mean, Francis was.
Fra-
Go ahead.
Francis died in 2022 and was replaced by a rubber mask fake.
I don't doubt it.
Until that time, Francis, the real Francis, was going to the Russian Orthodox Church trying to resolve a schism that was 1,000 years old. He went to the Muslims and saying, "Hey, let's end this Muslim Christian animosity." He was trying to be a unifier, and he got removed. And then we had a very different Pope, Francis, who then started, replacing the Catholic hierarchy, having this big synod of, creating a giant purge of the top ranks of the Catholic Church. But, remember, Francis disappeared for 2 weeks. Every Friday he has to appear at St. Peter's. And for 2 weeks they had an obvious hologram.
Well, I've seen
Then
that
we have this
hologram.
yeah, and then we have a
Jeez.
new Pope Francis with an obvious rubber mask, completely saying different things from the one before him. So what I'm saying is that Pope Francis was the last pope, and that ended in 2022. And then they had rubber mask fake, and now they have a Jewish who invites Satanists to the Vatican. It's very, very uh, well, from the point of view of the Catholic Church, it's like end times type stuff. This ancient institution is falling apart. They're
Well, what
not
I'm
getting
worried about
money.
is this Trump replacement thing, man. I mean, if that's happened, we're cooked.
No, because I don't think the military is obeying this new fake Trump, and I say that because uh, he ordered more attacks on Iran, and they were
But wouldn't the
ignored.
military been aware that he got replaced, or was it not until after the fact?
Well, the thing is that there was a large faction in the military around Central Command, General Kurila, and some of the Air Force people who said, "Yeah, let's just destroy Iran, and that's how we're going to get out of this bankruptcy mess." And they were able to take control of a large portion of the military, carry out this event, but then they lost catastrophically, and the rest of the military. So, for example, here in East Asia, the a lot of the U.S. Navy and has been sent to the Middle East and is not returned. So the Seventh Fleet, which is headquartered in Japan, has the Carl Nimitz as its flagship. It hasn't returned. The missiles are all gone. Now, if China wants to move in, there's nothing they can do about it. So the people on the Asia Pacific Command, who are supposed to be where the new center of things is going to be, are not listening to the people in the Middle Eastern Command because, they just went out and lost a huge war and are lying about it.
When do you think China is going to make the move on Taiwan? When do you think they're going to commit to that? Have you gotten any word on that?
Uh, the Chinese aren't going to make a move on Taiwan per se. They're just going to reach a deal without war. That's what I'm hearing.
Intimidation, pushing them
Well,
into this. It's
you
got to be
know,
mentally and psychologically. It's got to be psychologically. It's psychological warfare. It's got to be exhausting on the Taiwanese.
you know, there's about Taiwan has a population of about 20 million, and a million of those live in China. And a lot of Chinese are in Taiwan. They speak the same language. A lot of the Chinese industry was built by Taiwanese, and a lot of people don't know this, but the Chinese Communist Party was built by It was set up by Asian royals who mostly live in Taiwan. The problem with Taiwan and China is that at the end of World War II, the Kuomintang China, the Taiwanese Chinese, were one of the victors of the war, and they were put in charge of Japan. So when the uh, Kuomintang lost China to the Communist Party and they fled to Taiwan, they still kept control of Japan. So that's why they haven't been able to resolve this Taiwan issue because it involves Japan. But what I'm hearing now is the Japanese are going to team up with the North Koreans and the Russians. But I mean, I was 40 years in Japan reporting. I've never seen the government openly defy the Americans like they're doing now. It's never happened before, at least not since Hiroshima.
So, are we going to see some kind of event happen in the United States? Are you betting more that there's going to be some kind of black swan event in the United States, and it's going to bankrupt everything, just take us down, and then what? The real Trump comes in and rebuilds, or someone a
Well,
successor of his, or
the
how's this going to
here
work?
okay. Here's the important thing for people to understand is that okay, according to the St. Louis Fed, you have $250 trillion in debt and unfunded liabilities. So that's money that you cannot possibly repay. So suppose you say, all right, no more dollar, no more debt, no more stock market, no more banks. Okay, will any people disappear? No. Will any factories disappear? No. Will any farmland disappear? No. Everything that's real will stay exactly the same. The only thing that's going to change is this virtual brainwash structure known as the financial system, where everybody's, oh, the Dow went up 20 points, oh, it went down 20 points, oh, Bitcoin's up. It's all fake. And once you get competent people in charge of the real economy, you can turn this thing around in no time.
Yeah,
So,
but I mean, it looks to me like this other side is so powerful that they're able to, I mean, replace Trump. I mean, that tells me who's really in control here.
yeah, but we know that the person giving the orders to the new Trump is Jean-Michel de Rothschild, and he has just been outed in a French court. There are military white hats who know what the source of the problem is, and they're working on it.
Okay, so you're saying so the Rothschilds are going to be going down soon as well.
Well, the Rothschilds are not a unity. The Jean-Michel de Rothschild is from the French branch of the family, and uh, they're separate from Nathaniel Rothschild, the British. And what I've heard is Nathaniel Rothschild and that fraction is in Greenland with their Trump, and that Jean-Michel de Rothschild managed to get his Trump into the U.S. for now. But so what I'm saying is it's going to be.
It sounds so crazy, but I
It
mean,
is crazy. I mean, it's like Game of Thrones. You have these very powerful people doing all sorts of crazy stuff that the
that's
average
why I
person.
can't deny it. That's why I have to like give you I have to listen because these are very powerful people that will do absolutely anything to stay in power, and they have all the money to do it and all the power to do it. So this makes sense.
Well, that big, beautiful bill is an example. They create money out of nothing, and the Americans have to pay it back. But in the meantime, they can distribute billions and billions of dollars to their buddies as bribes to try to stay in power. That's what this is. They're using funny money to try to stay in power. Uh, and also an intimidation to prevent things like the Epstein list coming out.
What do you think we see in the next few weeks and months? What do we see by the end of this year?
By the end of this year, I think you'll see the end of the Trump regime and probably the end of the United States as we know it.
The end of the Trump regime. You mean the fake Trump?
The fake Trump, and either
So
they'll
what people? I mean, I'm already seeing all these podcasters come out against him. They're really like they almost like they want to lynch Trump. He's going back on his word. He's flip flopping. Are you telling me that we're going to see more of this flip flopping to the end of the year until he's just ousted, or what?
Well, yeah, I hear that it's going to be just more crazy drama, and we're going to be watching a sort of implosion, but that there's not going to be any good announcements during the summer. What we're going to watch is a chaotic collapse of the current system, but no Nisara, Gesara, anything like that type of announcement, at least not during the summer.
Wow, Benjamin, thank you for coming on, man. I appreciate it. Where do people find you?
Look at benjaminfulford.net, and I always try to make sure I have information there that you cannot find anywhere else. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing my job as a journalist.
I got to tell you, man, you always bring it. Thanks, Benjamin, so much for joining me, sir.
All right. Well, thanks for having me on, and enjoy
Do
your
it again
summer.
in the next few weeks.
Sure, I'm around. I'm in Canada now. It's similar. It's easier time zone, so it's easy for me.
You got it,
Okay.
Benjamin. Thank you.
It's gotta definitely be what's happened with Trump and the Epstein list. Okay. These two videos, one from mainstream news outlet and another from the Ron Paul people, explain what the mood is. So why don't you take a look at them first?
Interviewed here, what he was saying is something, if true, would rock the country to the core. And that's why he's saying that rather than the idea that our entire government is corrupted, it's all being blackmailed. Now, we don't know by who. Could it be the Israelis? Could it be the CIA, the deep state? Who could it be? But the idea that every senator or every senator of consequence, every member of Congress of consequence, every top political and maybe religious figure of consequence are being actively blackmailed. A few years ago, I would say it's the craziest conspiracy theory I've ever heard. But the more we hear about it, and the more also we notice the cover-up, the more possibility it seems, and it would rock the country.
I'm so angry because I'm sick of the lies. I'm sick of the lies out of Kerrville, Texas. I'm sick out of the lies out of Austin, Texas, and I'm absolutely sick of the lies out of the Department of Justice and the Attorney General's office. Sick of this. You looked at us. You looked at us and you lied right to our faces. And you said, there's going to be more coming. Where is it? Where is it? Where's the unsealed documents? Where are the case files? Where are the flight logs? Where are the transcripts? Put it all out. And they said, oh, we can't show you because it's the victims. It's the victims. It's the victims. They're doing the same thing down there in Kerrville. They say, oh, well, we can't ask you those questions about the victims. Excuse me? Excuse me? No. It's time to take accountability. It's time to show leadership. And leadership is not scolding people for asking questions.
Basically, what's happening is people are waking up to the fact that, the leadership in the West is hopelessly corrupt and things cannot continue as they are. In other words, it's obvious they switched the real Trump for a fake, and we know this because if you look at the photographs from the NATO meeting, he's shorter than the real Trump, and everything he's saying is like 100% different from what he's saying before. The original Trump said he's going to release the Epstein list. Now they're saying it's never going to be released. The original Trump said we're never going to attack Iran. Now he's saying, well, yeah, we got to attack Iran. The original Trump said, I don't think NATO's outdated. Now we have a Trump saying we've got to support NATO to the end. The list goes on, but it's very clear that something has happened, and people are very upset. And what they don't realize is that we are dealing with a cult that has been used to you know, writing a script and then having actors appear as politicians to carry out the script while ignoring the will of the people. And to understand that again, take a look at this 60-minute clip from a Mossad person saying exactly that we are just script writers and everything you're watching is theater.
How did you convince Hezbollah to buy this?
Well, obviously, they didn't know that they were buying it from Israel.
Who did they buy it from, or think they were buying it from?
We have an incredible array of possibilities of creating foreign companies that have no way being traced back to Israel. Shell companies over shell companies who affect the supply chain to our favor. We create a pretend world. We are a global production company. We write the screenplay. We're the directors. We're the producers. We're the main actors. The world is our stage.
Okay. So now that you've seen these clips, let's talk about the situation as it's going on now. I have been communicating with various intelligence agency sources to figure out what's going on, and I'm hearing that this sicko show will continue throughout the summer, and people are on summer holidays, so everything's going to be like running in a loop, they're hoping. But clearly there's been some kind, people are getting very close to the hang 'em from lamppost type of anger, and they're not going to be able to suppress this. Now, the key to this is definitely Brigitte Macron, which is the name being used by Jean-Michel de Rothschild. The forensic evidence shows he is now running this Trump that we've seen since the Iran attack. Okay, and I say this, for example, because French President Macron, who's a spokesperson for Brigitte, said that he called Russia's Putin for the first time since 2022 because there's been a regime change. Well, I thought there was a regime change in January when we had a Trump who was going to release the Epstein stuff and all that, and John F. Kennedy files and the Martin Luther King files. And guess what? None of it happened. Oh yeah, this is the same Trump who said he would end the Ukraine war immediately. And 6 months later, it hasn't ended. So, clearly there's been something happening, but the other evidence that we have that the Trump we're seeing now is controlled by Jean-Michel de Rothschild is, Candace Owens saying that, Trump called her up and said, please don't say that Macron is a man, or Brigitte Macron. But now, and here's the important thing, this is the biggest news of the past week, a French court, and this is a central court in Paris, which in France means a lot, has ruled that two female journalists who wrote that Macron was a man were not guilty of lying. So in other words, we now have an official court basically saying that the real leader of France is a cross-dressing man and not the so-called president. Now, what I've been told by the French intelligence is that there will be a change of government in France, but it's not going to happen until the autumn, when there will be a process of removing the current government, and then, according to the French, they're going to have something totally new in January. Anyway, that's what they're saying, but events are definitely moving out of their control faster than that. I don't think they've got until next year. It's going to happen a lot sooner. For example, Japan is now in open revolt against the Trump regime. We have former prime ministers saying they want the U.S. military bases removed. We have the current prime minister saying, I'm not going to talk to Trump about tariffs anymore. They're basically saying, no, the hell with you. We're not going to deal with you anymore. And the other thing that's happened is that they know that the United States took most of their missiles and ships out of Taiwan and Japan and sent them to Iran, where they're destroyed, and they're now no longer capable of defending Japan and Taiwan against China, even if they wanted to. So the Japanese are now talking about linking up with the Russians and the North Koreans in order to make sure that they don't just have, they don't stop becoming a U.S. colony and start becoming a Chinese colony. So this is very important. So Japan is saying no, and this is very important because they are the main source of financing that has been preventing the U.S. government from collapsing. So that's not going to happen anymore. And here in Canada as well, Prime Minister Mark Carney has started it's clear that he has once again nationalized the Bank of Canada. He's announced these huge infrastructure projects that will create a bunch of pipelines that will take Canadian oil and gas to Asia, where they can sell it for a better price in the United States. And he's going to build houses so that people can, and the average McDonald's employee can afford a house. So they're going to stop making buying a house equal to a lifetime debt slavery contract. So there's been a fundamental change in Canada, and we're hearing that something will happen in the UK as well, and Starmer will go. And this is very important because if we do not remove these parasitical criminals from our government, the West is going to completely be obliterated. Listen to former British Prime Minister Liz Truss explain why.
And what I am saying is unless we get a grip and change the way our countries work, the West will be finished in 10 years. And what do I mean by that? I mean, we have been threatened by left-wing ideology, whether it's excessive government spending, whether it's net zero ideology, whether it's things like DEI and ESG, whether it's Islamism. All of these things have conspired to hollow out our countries, to stagnate our growth, but also to present real threats to the way of life in the West. And, I am a Trump supporter. I think that Trump getting elected last year was the first domino to be falling in the right direction in terms of saving the West, because otherwise I think that we will see China and radical Islam, two terrible partners, win against the West. That is the threat we face.
This is vital to the survival of the West. This is important because she is a former prime minister and has a lot of influence with the establishment in the Five Eyes, because clearly the Anglo-Saxon Five Eyes need to do something ASAP about this cult that has taken over the highest levels of government, and this is going to happen. Now, my Defense Intelligence Agency contacts tell me that the first thing they're going to try to do is they're going to try to, it's like the lizards. They're going to try to sacrifice Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, a couple other members of the Trump cabinet to try to assuage the anger over the betrayal on the Epstein list. But that's not going to cut it. They're going to have to remove the fake Trump who's appeared since the attack on Iran, because the man is a disgrace. He's now saying he's best friends with Lindsey Graham, who was his enemy for many years. I mean, there's so, even Russian diplomats are saying on the record that there's no point in talking to the American government because their position changes from day to day, hour to hour. And this big, beautiful bill that was passed, caused a rupture with the military. And I guarantee you, the U.S. military is no longer obeying that clown in the reality show that's pretending to be government in Washington, D.C. They do not obey that actor who's playing Trump. The real Donald Trump is at the Pituffik Air Base in Greenland. He is working with the White Hats, and, people are trying to remove these stage directors, these script writers who are running the fake show that we're now, all seeing, and it's causing us all to be totally disgusted and angry. We really are getting close to the point where these people are going to be dragged out in the street and hung from lampposts. And that was not me who said that. George Bush Sr. once told a reporter, maybe by accident, but he says, if the American people ever find out what we did to them, they're going to drag us from our houses and hang us from the nearest lamppost. And that is the sort of situation. The American people have been systematically looted and robbed, and their government has been hijacked by a group of Satan-worshipping criminals. This is no longer in doubt. The evidence is overwhelming, and to have someone, them say, the Epstein, why are you just going to bury it and then pretend like nothing happened? It's not going to work. They really have crossed the line here, and there can be no doubt about it. The Chinese foreign minister is also saying that. He's saying the American government does not represent the American people. They represent the Zionists, and they're not talking to them anymore. So basically, we have this fake Trump saying, I'm going to put tariffs on everybody. I'm going to put 500% tariffs on Iran, oil, and stuff. They cannot. They don't have the ability. We have someone who's not been paying their bills for 40 years suddenly saying, you're going to have to pay me, 35% of everything I buy from you on credit. And everyone's saying, no, you're a deadbeat. You haven't been paying your loans for decades, and we're going to cut you off. So the whole thing is heading for some kind of implosion. And as I mentioned before, the White Hats are standing by with a plan to make sure the West does not become a backwater, does not become a Chinese colony. We have obtained $100 trillion of financing from the Dragon family, and this is not money that will be debt. It will be given away to be used responsibly for rebuilding infrastructure, for building factories in America, for restoring real economic production in Western Europe and North America, to prevent us from becoming a backwater. And the other thing that's going on is that there's a critical mass in the military and industrial complex to realize that these millions and millions of military-age males, mostly from the Middle East to South America, who've been brought into Europe and North America, will not be allowed to stage their so-called Event X, where they're going to, try to create mayhem in order to justify some kind of fascist government. That's not going to be allowed to happen. So again, the key, I think, at this point is to remove Macron and Zelensky and all those people. And we see this too. We have the one more video I want to show you is the leader of the German opposition party.
Wissen die Bürger wenigstens, was sie von ihnen zu erwarten haben, nämlich nichts. Gar nichts. Ihr Wort ist nichts wert. Selbst wenn es schwarz auf weiß in Ihrem dürftigen Koalitionsvertrag steht. Sie sind ein Papierkanzler, der im Ausland Weltmacht spielt, sich aber zu Hause nach Lust und Laune vom Wahlverlierer SPD vorführen lässt. Wenn es zum Schwur kommt, behaupten Sie dreist und frech, es sei kein Geld da. Im selben Atemzug bieten Sie dem US-Präsidenten an, mit dem Steuergeld der deutschen Steuerzahler amerikanische Waffen für die Ukraine zu kaufen. Ich persönlich glaube, Sie haben da schon Ihren nächsten Aufsichtsratsposten als Lobbyist klargemacht. Als Krone der Verhöhnung erklären Sie den Deutschen dann auch noch von oben herab, sie müssten mehr arbeiten. Nein, Herr Merz, nicht die fleißigen Leute in unserem Land, die unter Inflation und Teuerung und unter hohen Energiepreisen zu leiden haben. und von einem unersättlichen, verschwenderischen Staat mit Steuern und Abgaben belastet werden, müssen noch mehr schuften. Sie müssten Ihr Wort halten, Ihre Pflicht tun und aufhören, das Geld der Bürger, das Ihnen nicht gehört, zum Fenster hinauszuwerfen.
Basically tell, the Chancellor that he's taking, Germans' money and handing it over for U.S. weapons to go to Ukraine while ignoring German needs. And this is not, nobody is willing to accept this anymore. People have reached the sort of limit. And so here we're sitting, okay, it's going to be a hot summer and things are going to stew. I suggest that you try to get some rest because, this may be the time when we can finally and permanently remove these people. It is happening. I mean, a critical mass is now aware. Even, the most brainwashed people know about Epstein and the island, and they're not believing the lies, and they're not just going to be able to dump Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and pretend that it's business as usual. We're headed for a revolution, and it's long overdue, and everybody who's listening to this, if you have contacts in the military or the agencies, tell them to contact their superiors and demand action. And they're legally obliged to do this because the people currently in power and cut off their contact with the outside world. This is what we need to do. We're all, at the limit of our patience. But like I say, what I've been told, at least by the French, is that the fall of Macron will be the trigger that will cause all the dominoes to fall. Certainly, my own evidence is that Brigitte Macron or Jean-Michel de Rothschild does control the German Chancellor, the French presidency, and the fake Trump we're now seeing, and the British government. So if he falls, all that falls. So hopefully we're there, we're close, but we all need to keep fighting. But these people have, it is the end game. There can be no doubt about it. We need to drag these people out of office, out of power, and put them in jail where they belong. And that's going to happen. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. You already touched on this briefly, but Alex Jones claims the Trump administration holds explosive blackmail material on deep state figures and has struck a secret deal to keep it quiet. And Joe Rogan and Musk are also demanding answers. Do you think this is starting to tell a story about who the real good guys are?
Well, what I was told by the people behind Epstein is that, hey, we control all the politicians with these blackmail tapes, so why don't we use this power to make changes we want? And that's why they're not going to release it, because then they can force the politicians to obey them. But I say no. I mean, we don't want secret, unelected people using blackmail to be in charge of the government. The government should belong to the people. The people in government should be the servants of the people, and everything should be above board and open. So all these different excuses they're giving just don't hold water. We need to... Next question.
Hi, Ben. Do you ever have any sources anymore after leaving Japan where you were allegedly protected? You have not said what source you're using or sources you're using since you moved to Canada. I am confused on what you're actually doing in Canada and replaced with no proof, mostly assumptions and guesses.
Wait a minute. I don't have assumptions or guesses, okay? The Donald Trump, according to the official White House press release, is that he is 6'3" or 190.5 centimeters. And we have a photograph of him being at the NATO meeting, being shorter than the 6'2" president or king of the Netherlands. There are other pictures showing him to be only 5'10". I've offered plenty of proof that there's at least 2 fake Trumps, and then you just look at all the completely 180% changes, 180-degree changes in what Trump has been saying. Before he says we'll never attack Iran, now he says we got to destroy Iran. Before he says NATO is out of date, now he says we're working for NATO. So don't, if you're denying it to that extent, then forget it. You're some kind of fundamentalist freak. Now, as far as why I'm in Canada, I have the family home I was born and raised in. We have to deal with my siblings. There's a lot of other things that I need to do. And there was a temporary move in Japan against me that has been neutralized. The people responsible, and that, means that Japan is now becoming an independent country. And I still have the exact same sources, okay? I talk regularly to Russian FSB, to Defense Intelligence Agency, to Asian secret societies, to MI6, etc. And the Iranians. I talk to everybody. And I use, depending on who I use different means of communication because they all, prefer different ways to communicate. So, for example, MI6 will only communicate on iPhone. The Russians will only communicate on Telegram. So, I deal with these people. I have my same connections, my same network. Nothing has changed. I'm just here for 6 months for family reasons. But also, I'll be honest with you, I've long planned to start spending my summers in Canada, like from May to October in Canada, when Canada is like paradise on earth, and then from October to May back in Japan, where the weather's better. Next question.
Hi, Ben. The whole Ukrainian situation right now is very confusing. What's actually happening in the Ukraine right now, in your opinion?
Well, the war is over. The Ukrainians lost. And the only thing that's happening is they've been reduced to becoming terrorists. Every once in a while sending a missile to hit beachgoers in Russia or something like that. But they have lost. But the big question here, and this is I'm hearing from the Russians, is that a lot of them are very angry with Vladimir Putin, saying, you've got this overwhelming army. You could march all the way to Paris in a week. Why aren't you doing it? And I'm hearing that the Russians are finally going to do something. They're actually going to move into Western Europe and arrest all those Nazis. Hopefully we start with that mass murderer von der Leyen and grab them all. That's what I say to the Russians. Go in there, arrest all those Satanists, and don't worry, the United States military is not going to fight you to protect fascists and Satanists. So please go ahead, go into Western Europe, clean up that trash. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We asked this question last week in a two-part question, but didn't get the answer to the first part. Do you believe the big beautiful bill will be rescinded when the real Trump gets back in office?
Yes, I think there'll be it'll be more than just rescinding the big beautiful bill. We're going to have an amnesty and a jubilee, so all debts, public and private, will be written off, and the Federal Reserve Board will once again work for the American people and not for a bunch of child-raping Satanists. So yeah, it's more than just rescinding the bill. It's about complete change of government and probably even a new capital somewhere else. All those Israeli flag-waving traitors are going to go to jail. You watch and see.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. Can you tell us a little bit about the Freemason group? What are they? What do they do? Are they satanic? Are they good guys? And what are your personal thoughts on them?
The Freemasons, I think, represent a very ancient system of government that goes back to the pharaohs and the rulers of Babylonia and ancient Egypt and Samaria. Basically, what happens is you have a king or an absolute leader. And for this one person to completely dominate society, they have set up a system. So you have the king or the potentate, the pharaoh, and then you have on his right hand you have the military guy who controls all the soldiers, and to the left you have this financial guy who controls the wheat warehouses. So they control the food supply and they control the violence. And then keep control of society, if they find someone who's very influential, for example, someone whose books everybody reads, or a very popular union leader, then they try to scout them into this group, and they say, hey, look, we're the rulers of society. We get together informally to discuss how to run society. So they grab the most influential people, and then they meet in secret to figure out how to run the country. Now, it's not necessarily evil. If sometimes these people mean well, but my own understanding is that they're not a monolith. There are many different Freemason groups that have different leaders. So, for example, you have the Grande Lodge de l'Orient. That's kind of run by the French, but they have people, they have members in Asia, in China, all over the world. Then you have the Scottish Rite Freemasons, which ultimately reports to the British royal family. Then you have the Chinese Freemasons, who report to the Chinese royals. So you have a lot of these different groups. They're not a monolith, okay? So it's not a single satanic organization, but it is an ancient system of government that in and of itself is not necessarily evil, but a lot of it has been hijacked, obviously, for nefarious purposes in recent years, as everybody can see. So that's a sort of a short version of what it is. It's basically the most influential people in society meeting in secret to try to figure out how to run society. Sometimes they mean well and they try to do good things, like the American Revolution, and sometimes, they've been taken in a bad direction and do things like staging a Holocaust. But again, they're not. It's not a single organization. There are several major factions, and they're sometimes at war with each other. I'd like to congratulate the American people on their Independence Day, except that, of course, there's not a lot to celebrate since they are not independent anymore. And I know this is going to disturb a lot of people, but I'm pretty sure that there's been another coup in Washington, D.C., and that the Donald Trump from, the tall one with Melania is back at the Space Force base in Greenland, and we have an obvious fake in the White House. Now, I put out photographs showing that this Trump we're seeing is shorter than the real one, the one who appeared at the NATO meeting. They've even trotted out an obviously fake Melania, but it's his actions and words that make it very clear that he is basically, according to the evidence I have, he's working for Jean-Michel de Rothschild, whoever is pretending to be Trump right now in the White House. Now, some evidence for this is that on July 2nd, President Macron of France, who is basically a spokesperson for Jean-Michel de Rothschild, had the first phone call with Vladimir Putin since 2022. And when he was asked, this was on July 2nd, when he was asked why they had this phone call now, he said it's because there's been a new regime in Washington. So he didn't do it in January when there was a new regime. He did it in July, okay? And this Trump, as we know, went against the complete wishes of the American people by attacking Iran. And I talked to the Russian FSB about the situation, and their analysis is quite interesting. But basically, what they're saying is that the new regime in the United States has made a complete shift to the Middle East. They've forgotten about their Asia pivot. They've announced they're no longer going to send weapons to Ukraine. And the Ukrainian authorities and the Russians are also saying most of those weapons weren't going to Ukraine anyway. They're going to the Middle East or Africa or whatever, So the arms bazaar is just going through Azerbaijan now, is what I'm hearing. And there is a new front being opened there. So what's happened is, according to the Russians, There's a huge move now, the biggest move by the remnants of the Western military-industrial complex, the NATO faction, is to try to stop the construction of new pipelines in Central Asia that would allow Europe to get cheaper gasoline and not get gasoline or oil from the companies controlled by the Rothschilds and the U.S. So this is a move to make sure Europe remains subservient and has to pay high prices for their gasoline. However, this shift to the Middle East has come at a huge cost, as Defense Intelligence Agency reports and other sources like Mossad sources confirm. Israel suffered a massive defeat, and I'm now getting evidence that Israel is going to cease to exist. There was an announcement in Israel that they were going to annex the West Bank. Okay, for a lot of people say, "Oh no, well that's horrible." But if they formally annex it, that means all the Palestinians there will become Israeli or Judea citizens and have voting rights and stuff. So it would be, in essence, a move to create a multi-ethnic state of Judea, which is what's happening. Now, getting back to the United States, another sign that Rothschild has reasserted control is that they're passing this big, beautiful bill, which is essentially a massive bribery bill that uses debt or debt slavery to tax the American people and pay the ultra wealthy. That's what it really boils down to, because right now the United States is paying more on interest than they're paying for their defense budget. This is paying money to unelected bankers who created debt out of nothing. Literally, it is debt slavery. So the United States is paying more. The American people are paying more to these bankers for money created out of nothing than they're paying for their own defense. And this is not going to end very well. The BRICS, who now control way more of the world economy by far than the G7, have decided to start up their own future planning agency. Unfortunately, the West has not yet gotten behind that ball. However, there are signs of big change, and this recent Rothschild power grab in the U.S. is not going to end well for various reasons. For one thing, I noticed that Carney, Prime Minister Mark Carney in Canada, there are signs that he is taking control of the Bank of Canada back to the Canadian people, because they're announcing mega projects like they're going to build huge pipelines so they can send their oil to Asia and not be dependent on just the U.S. And the other sign is they're carrying out massive housing construction. In other words, mega projects that aren't funded by debt or taxes. So it's a sign that change is happening. And also we noticed that in the UK that the blackmailed pedophile Keir Starmer is facing a revolt, and my sources tell me he won't last past the summer. So that's a good sign. So Macron is losing. He's going to lose Canada and the UK, and then you'll see what I mean.
The biggest secret in the entertainment industry that really wasn't a secret at all has finally been revealed to the world. The wall of silence has now been broken, and victims are coming forward. Our team has had at this point more than 3,285 individuals contact us with people claiming to have been victimized by Sean Combs. After vetting, we now represent 120 individuals who intend to bring civil claims in civil court against Sean Diddy Combs, as well as claims against many other individuals and entities that we will name as defendants as we file these individual cases. And you should know, to the extent the clients feel comfortable, we also intend to make these individuals available to the authorities, specifically to the FBI. And you should also know a few of them have already been spoken to by the FBI. Now, before we discuss the nature of the claims and claimants themselves, let me comment on the large volume of calls we have received since our first announcement. Even before the indictment of Sean Combs, we had received a small volume of calls and had screened a handful of cases. After the indictment of Sean Combs and the announcement that we were pursuing these claims, the floodgates opened. People who wouldn't otherwise, for a variety of reasons, are now stepping forward to make their voices heard and to pursue justice. But no, most of these people are scared. They fear backlash in their communities. They fear backlash in their own families. They are afraid of retaliation from the perpetrators and their associates. They are rightly afraid for their own personal safety. I expect that through this process, many powerful people will be exposed. Many dirty secrets will be revealed. We know what we are potentially up against. And as is always the case in situations like this, when a celebrity is involved, people can be downright mean and nasty. You would be shocked at the length fans will go, no matter the evidence, to the contrary, to defend celebrities they love. I mean, there's a reason for this word fans. They're fanatics. I've personally already been threatened multiple times on social media. And when I agreed to pursue this, I expected as much. This isn't my first rodeo. But victims who step forward to have their voices heard should not be subjected to that kind of conduct. They should not be targeted. I want to say this, and I want to be clear about it. Although we are vetting each call as stringently as we can, I always start with a mindset that I believe victims. I believe victims because I understand the tremendous courage it takes to step forward. So if you're watching this, please hear me. If you're out there and you have been victimized, you are not alone.
What this is a sign of is that no matter how much they try to cover it up from the top, there's all this pressure, all these different lawsuits and whistleblowers coming out. There's no way they're going to be able to keep their whole pedophile blackmail thing going much longer. And the other big thing that's happened is it looks very much like Japan has declared independence from the Zionists or the Khazarian mafia. In this clip here, you can see former Prime Minister Hatoyama talking about removing all U.S. military bases from Japan.
I don't think Japan should be involved with NATO. The U.S. bombed Iran, bombed its nuclear facilities, and Iran had no choice but to do something in retaliation. Therefore, Iran gave advance notice, even if only through Qatar, to the U.S., and then bombed U.S. military bases in Qatar. Because of that, I think there was almost no damage. Also, there are certainly many U.S. military bases in Japan. For example, in the event of an emergency in Taiwan, U.S. military aircraft could fly from U.S. military bases there to Taiwan, and there is a risk that U.S. military bases in Japan would be targeted in response. Therefore, even if it takes time in the future, I think we should create a Japan without U.S. military bases. I believe that the situation in which Japan's defense, security, and peace being protected by U.S. military bases should be improved as soon as possible. The Japan-U.S. Status of Forces Agreement is a system where that even if U.S. soldiers commit various violent crimes, it is difficult for Japan to immediately get involved. As a result, various assaults. I believe that this should never happen, and that the Japanese government should make more strict requests to the U.S. government about this. But it seems that we are still in an era where the Japanese government is unable to speak out strongly to the U.S. I believe this is an issue that goes to the very core of Japan-U.S. security.
No politician in the past would have gotten away with saying that, but he did, and it is happening. The American military tell me that from a military point of view, they shouldn't be in Japan. It's not a tenable position. They'd rather have bases further away from the Chinese mainland that they could defend from Chinese missiles in the case of a real war. But the Russians tell me in any case the Americans have evacuated a lot of their Navy and all their anti-aircraft weapons from Japan and Taiwan, and they wasted them in this failed war against Iran. So basically China can now do whatever they want in East Asia, and I don't, and fortunately they're working with the U.S. military white hats, and it's not going to be such a bad situation. But the real problem remains the United States, where you still have blackmailed and bribed pedophiles in charge, working for Israel and not for the United States, and we have an obviously fake Trump in power now. So this is where the struggle is going to be. There are a lot of military white hats who are aware of this, and there is a kind of a revolt in the U.S. military. It's becoming fragmented. U.S. Central Command managed to work with the Rothschilds for the big power grab and push this big war against Iran, but it blew up in their faces. Now, another thing that's come up, which I thought was very interesting, is that the whole justification for this attack on Iran came from a software called Mosaic that was used by the International Atomic Energy Association that ran a simulation that proved that Iran was making nuclear weapons. In other words, they didn't actually go there. They just ran a computer simulation to create an excuse. And this Mosaic is owned by Palantir. That's right. Peter Thiel's company that's, now getting, data on all Americans to enforce kind of a system of modern tech slavery. So, all these dots are connecting. We're seeing these oligarchs, doubling up, trying very hard to maintain control, arrest people, bribe people, but the drain is, they're circling the drain. They don't control real world economics. This has been made very obvious with the Trump tariffs. They've tried to suppress the news, but the fact is that thanks to the tariffs, the U.S. trade deficit has increased because a lot of people have decided to stop buying American stuff. And the revenue from the tariffs is not anywhere near what is needed to pay for the U.S. Deficit. So, again, I repeat, the Dragon family has an offer on the table with an initial $100 trillion tranche of money to help rebuild the U.S. economy. And this is not debt, okay? You don't have to pay it back. It's credit. It means you get it, you spend it on bridges and roads and schools and infrastructure and whatever else you want, and you don't have to pay it back. Whereas the big, beautiful bill is just, as Ron Paul says, it's an inflation tax on Americans because they create this money out of nowhere. They give it to their military contractors and their bribed politicians.
Beautiful bill for the military-industrial complex. The U.S. Senate worked through the weekend on the big, beautiful bill. The goal was to pass it quickly to ensure the House will then pass it and send it to President Trump's desk before the July 4th holiday.
And where does that money come from? At the end of the day, it's taken from the average American people. So it is a debt slavery bill. I don't think this is going to last long, but we're definitely in a major counter-offensive by the cabal, and it is centered around Jean-Michel de Rothschild. He's a person of interest. Obviously, there are other people who are involved are Ursula von der Leyen of the EU. I mean, it's about, they're basically Nazis, and people who understand the real history know that the Nazis are a subdivision of the Chabad of humanity and enslave the rest. I mean, Hitler himself in Mein Kampf, 90% of the world, and it's in his plan. So these people are still fighting, and they're fighting for their lives. Let's face it. The EU just had a parliamentary vote, or they're about to oust von der Leyen over obvious corruption, fake politicians who are not going to be able to vote her out. It's going to require high-level military interference. But right now, it just looks like the whole thing is going to implode by itself. This big, beautiful bill and this whole Rothschild move is probably going to continue throughout the summer because everyone else is on holiday, but I just don't see it ending well in any way for that, and I just don't see Jean-Michel Rothschild staying in power much longer because there's a huge majority of people who are completely aware of the criminal nature of the governments in the West, and this is especially true in the military. And it is happening on many levels, on grassroots levels, and it's happening in Israel as the Israeli people, wake up to the fact that they just suffered another Holocaust thanks to Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, the reports are it could be as many as 500,000 Israelis dead due to the Iranian attacks. That would be out of 7 million. That's 1 out of 14 people. That's huge, and that's some. And they've run out of weapons. They've run out of missiles. And they're trying to up the ante by bribing Turkish President Recep Erdogan with promises of an expanded empire, Ottoman Empire in Azerbaijan, and trying to get some sort of Russian-Turkish thing going on there. So the Russians are on the case, and I think Erdogan is smart enough to understand that he would lose any war with Russia, and it would be very stupid to work for the Israelis and the Zionists, because his own people will not put up with it, despite talks about, they can go ahead and expand their Ottoman Empire, but they don't have to do it by working for Satanists. They can do it, more peacefully in a friendly manner with Russia. So again, it is looking pretty grim right now overall, but I look at this as a sort of a battle of the Bulge offensive by the Khazarian mafia, and the numbers mean they're going to lose. Let's just think about it. In Western Europe, they could not hold out against Russia for more than 2-3 weeks maximum. And even though they had their fake Trump at the NATO meeting saying that the United States would fight to defend Western Europe, they physically cannot. Okay, they just, even if they wanted to, they would not be able to ship enough weapons and tanks across the Atlantic, especially with Russian submarines and missiles sinking ships, to get, even if they, fly troops over to fight the Russians, they wouldn't have weapons for them. So they cannot defend Western Europe. The Russians, I think they're too cautious. They keep telling me they're just letting it implode by itself because they don't want to, give anybody an excuse to start nuclear war. Okay, but I think that, they could just order government change in France and Germany at this point without having to actually carry out warfare. But again, we're watching an end game. There can be no doubt about it, and this is not going to end well. But I repeat, many countries, Canada, now soon the UK, Japan, they are leaving the Khazarian fold, which means we're really down to a small rump of bribed and blackmailed politicians in Germany, France, UK, to lesser, and the US, and they're losing Israel as well. So, it's a bit depressing to see them make this big push, but at the same time, they have lost. This just mathematically certain. They don't have the troops, they don't have the money, they don't have any control over real economy. And the other thing, of course, is now Elon Musk is against them, which means that a large portion of the U.S. military-industrial complex, the National Reconnaissance Organization, all those high-tech people, have turned against the fake regime now in Washington, D.C., and we do expect the real Donald Trump will return, but my own sources in the U.S. Space Force say they're just letting them, giving them enough rope to hang themselves, and that's why they're not taking action now. So we'll see. But that's sort of the situation. We're in the midst of an offensive that will fail, but in the meantime, they've got a very sick show going on in Washington, D.C. They're still trying to cover up the pedophiles. They're still trying to continue their debt slavery system, and they're still trying to start World War III. But I know that sane minds in the military-industrial complex are not going to let them do that, and I'm hoping that they will wake up to the fact that this dragon family offers offers a way out of debt slavery without a catastrophic collapse of the U.S. economy. So they need to take this seriously because it's real. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Is it possible the fake Trump being seen over in Europe and on the news is a security body double being used by the real Trump? Is it possible that the real Trump does have his own body doubles that he uses just like the fake Trumps?
The real Trump does have body doubles that he uses for high-risk occasions. This is sure. But if you look at past statements from the real Trump about Iran, for example, he repeatedly tweeted that, Obama was trying to start a war with Iran and we should never do that. And to see this one, promoting war with Iran against the will of the military shows that the one that appeared at the NATO meeting and promoted the attack on Iran was not an avatar for the real Trump. Next question.
Hi, Ben. About South Korea, the Zionist candidate Kim Moon-soo, a close friend of Jung Kwang-hun, a mentally insane Protestant leader, was defeated recently. The American military commander in South Korea endorsed him. Does this kind of explain that the U.S. military force in South Korea is a Zionist entity?
Oh yeah, I mean, South Korea was always been a U.S. military colony, but the fact that South Korea, Japan, Australia, all these countries refused to go to the NATO meeting is a sign that something has clicked here, and I believe the U.S. military in East Asia is not on the same page as the Central Command. They're very upset that their power has been wasted on this Iran campaign, but they understand that they're going to have to, come to a new arrangement in East Asia, and this will be one that will allow the United States to continue to have a role in the region, but in a more sane and friendly manner. So instead of constant warmongering, it'd be more, nation building. But I understand that North Korea and South Korea will now once again move towards merging into a, reunifying, and I don't think the U.S. will stop that, even if they want to. But yeah, I mean, the government in South Korea is presiding over the biggest population drop in that nation's history, and it's not working for the Korean people. When they have the lowest birth rate on earth, and when a woman does not feel safe having children, that shows there's something wrong with society. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I know you touched on this briefly already, but do you think the big, beautiful bill will end up being rescinded when the real Trump gets back in office? And regardless of that, what do you think this means for everyday average Americans?
For everyday average Americans, it means more inflation and more debt, and it'll mean an increase in wealth of the top 0.1% and a decrease in the wealth of the 99%. And I think the real Trump will agree to the Dragon family plan, which would mean a complete, a jubilee, cancellation of all debt, public and private, and then infusion of huge amounts of money that's not debt money, to rebuild America and really make it great again. And I think that's what the real Trump will support, because we all want to make America great again. The whole world does. It's like watching a good friend, suffering a mental breakdown and become homeless, and then nobody wants that. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What about all the ICE deportations? Is this the real Trump or the fake Trump behind this?
The real Trump, did take big action against criminals, and a lot of known criminals were deported, and the result has been a huge drop in the crime rate across the U.S. But recently, I'm getting reports of deportations of useful people, like farm workers and dishwashers and stuff like that, and that's a sign that, again, something has clicked, something has changed. The use of paid mercenaries to start riots across the U.S. and then an attempt to use that as an excuse to have military onto the streets of U.S. cities. Everyone pointed out that these rioters were getting money from Soros and those people, and that trail leads to Rothschild. So suddenly they had to scale back that campaign. But for the first few months, the real Trump did a great job and helped reduce the U.S. crime rate by deporting known criminals, and that's a good thing. Okay, well, I guess that's it for this week. I hope to see you again next week. And, despite everything, the United States is a great country, and we all wish you a happy 4th of July, and we'll all fight to make sure you really do become an independent nation again, because the world needs America back. Okay, well, thanks. Hope to see you next week.
Hello. This week, I took a trip to a remote train station in Japan, and then from there, a 1-hour car drive to the mountains to meet the head of an ancient secret society known as the Yatagaras, or the Three-Legged Crow. It was very interesting to me indeed. Now, the Yatagaras refers to a three-legged crow that legend says guided the very first people to Japan in ancient times. And it is basically at the head of the Shinto religion. Now, the story I heard was really fascinating. The members of the Yatagaras claim that they are the descendants of one of the lost tribes of Israel known as the tribe of Ephraim. Forgive me if I pronounced that wrong. As well as some members of the priestly Levi tribe. And just like some rabbis can recite the list of their predecessors going all the way back to Moses, these people claim that they can recite a list of their ancestors going back over 100 generations to Joseph back in Egypt in those ancient days. And if you look at the earliest Japanese religious writings, they're almost identical to the first parts of the Old Testament of the Bible. And they're also sun worshippers, just like the Egyptians. And furthermore, when the Shinto people take out their shrines once a year, again, that is ancient Egyptian solar religion. So they have a legitimate claim to be the descendants of ancient Egyptian ruling lineages, or Jacob, as they claim. Now, these people, they don't have last names. They don't pay taxes. They're not in any government register. Apparently, although many of them are rich, they were the traditional ruling class. The imperial Japanese family are members. None of them have last names, by the way. As you hear about the Emperor Hirohito, but never his last name, because he doesn't have a last name. In any case, some of them are actually poor. I've even heard they are the secret power of Japan. And they had an interesting offer. Oh, one more thing I want to say to make me think this was a legitimate thing. The place I went had in it what they claimed was the original throne of the Ming emperors of China. It was huge, big enough to seat 3 large people, and it was made of solid gold. And I mean, 2 people, me and another person, tried to lift. We couldn't even budget like a fraction of a fraction. It just was so heavy. And it was very ornate. They wouldn't let me photograph it because they said the Chinese would then start asking for it. But these people are the real deal. In any case, the reason I was called was because they had an offer to make. They claim that the Japanese royal family has $5 trillion worth of gold in the vaults in Switzerland. Right now, the only person who's authorized to access it is the Empress Dowager Michiko. And she can only do it via the Red Cross. And at present, it can only be done to deal with, emergencies such as earthquakes and stuff. In other words, the sort of thing the Red Cross gets involved in. So the proposal they're making is that they use this $5 trillion worth of gold as backup to set up a future planning agency to take over some future economic and social and environmental planning for the planet. And to do this, we need the cooperation of the Swiss and the families that own the private central banks, et cetera, et cetera. And so I have started the process of trying to get this negotiation forward. Now, the other thing I would point out is that they let me bring my mobile phone with me, which means that they were fully aware that the NSA was listening into our conversation. It means that they are willing to go public to a certain extent about their secret society, and I think it's very interesting. If they have a very legitimate sounding claim to being one of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. So this is quite historical, in my view, and I'm honored to have been allowed to start discussing these people to the world at large. So that's the situation there. Now, again, with this gold business, they claim that all these stories about huge gold hoards in Indonesia and the Philippines, etc., are not true, but that their gold is real. They took it from the Tokugawa family, and it's in Switzerland. Now, another thing, these people tell me that everything we've been taught about the recent history of Japan is fiction. So, for example, they claim that the big battle of Sekigahara never took place, and that there was actually a battle called the Battle of Yamanaka, where Tokugawa Ieyasu body double to represent him when they took over Tokyo. Again, I don't know. I'm not an expert in Japanese history, but I just throw that out there, just for future scholarship to look into. In any case, I hope this will be the item that can break the current deadlock. Now, I'll get into more detail when I write my weekly report on this meeting, but now I want to talk about the world situation. Basically, I think it's time to step back because everything is in kind of a holding pattern right now, and we need to examine what each side holds. On the Western side, the families that control the Western central banks, what do they control? Well, they control the BIS, the UN, the World Bank, the IMF, the Fortune 500 companies, and they control a lot of the, traditional international institutions. However, now let's look at the other side, the people around the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Now, this is basically an alliance between what used to be the communist Soviet Union bloc and the non-aligned countries. So it includes China, Russia, India, basically about 82% of the world's population and 65% of the world's GDP. And they are not accepting any more fiat dollars created by the Khazarian mafia or the families that control the West. And this is resulting in the economic implosion we're witnessing in the United States and Europe now. Now, things are going to get worse over the next coming weeks. The Russians are waiting for the ground to harden in the Ukraine, and they're going to send in a 700,000-man army. And I've heard they're going to go all the way to Paris. They're not going to stop in the Ukraine, and they're going to go into Switzerland too. So I strongly recommend for the Rockefellers and Rothschilds holed up around Lake Geneva and hiding around New York, etc., that they start to seriously get off their high horse and negotiate while they still have anything to negotiate with, because time is running out. And one of the reasons why they hadn't tried to make Japan independent again was that, you know, they had received threats that Tokyo would be destroyed, plunged into the ocean. If they tried that, and they would blow up Mount Fuji. I explained to them that immediately after the Fukushima nuclear and tsunami terror attack, there were hundreds and hundreds of earthquakes reported around the island of La Palma in the Pacific Ocean, and that if that had continued, it would have led to a tsunami that would have destroyed the east coast of the United States. 100-meter, 100-yard or so tsunami would have wiped out, you know, Florida, New York, etc. And so they backed off. And I explained to them that if these Satanists try to attack Japan again, there will be retaliation. We will destroy the area around Lake Geneva. We will destroy Jerusalem. And one other place. We'll decide later. But the point is that they're not going to be able to terrorize their way out of the situation. This is something that has to be negotiated peacefully. If you shoot us, we'll shoot you. Okay, so it's a mutually assured destruction situation. So that's not on the negotiating table. So again, things are now stuck in a holding pattern, but there are high-level negotiations taking place under the surface. And if the Khazarian mafia do not surrender, then there will be military action. We will have to continue removing them from this planet. And there's nowhere either on or off the planet for them to hide. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers. Next question.
Hi, Benjamin. I was listening to your video today. This is from the video last week. I was intrigued when you said the USD is backed by gold and assets, so it is valuable, but the KM dollars clearly not backed by gold and assets are worthless. This implies to me that all dollars created since 1971, when the US came off the gold standard, are worthless. Can you comment on this, please, and explain how the new KM dollars will be differentiated from pre-1971 dollars?
Okay, well, actually what happened was that after 1971, with the Nixon shock, the nations of the world did accept U.S. dollars in exchange for oil. And that continued until 2008, when we had the Lehman shock. At that point, a decision was made by the Asians, and this is the group that, you know, controls about 82% of the world's population and 65% of GDP, said we're no longer going to accept newly created dollars as payment for goods. And what happened was that the Rockefellers and Alan Greenspan panicked, and they offered to put a black communist by the name of Barack Obama as president and change their ways. In exchange, the Asians agreed to sell 700 tons of gold owned by Mr. Johannes Riady to the Rockefellers and their group. And this was leveraged 1,000 times to create $23 trillion. That money kept the U.S. corporate government going until January 31st, 2020. At that point, they were no longer, it ran out, and they were not accepting new dollars as payment. And so they were given until mid-February to come up with the money. They didn't. And what happened then was the Khazarian mafia, the Rockefellers and stuff, they laundered their money through this sorry, it's my cat's friend's cat I'm taking care of. They're pumping this money through these fraudulent PCR tests. So they're using these tests and requirements to launder massive bribes into the Chinese political system. Now, the Chinese, the Asian secret societies investigated this, and they realized that the PCR tests were fraudulent and that this was part of a plot to overthrow the government of China. All this testing, everything is over now. So they lost the battle of China. That'll come out in the coming weeks. And in the EU, too, the EU Commission has asked the president of Pfizer a second time to appear and testify, and of course, he's gone. He won't show up because I've been told he's no longer on this planet, although other sources tell me he's hiding in Paraguay. Whatever. He cannot appear in public. And they have this rubber mask Pope out there pretending to lead the world's Catholics. He does not. So, but what's really going to undo them is that because they don't have access to commodities and oil and stuff, they've been jacking up interest rates. So right now, the interest rates on U.S. Treasury bonds is higher than on Chinese junk bonds. In other words, the so-called U.S. government is less creditworthy now than the worst zombie Chinese corporations who are facing a real estate disaster. So this tells you that they are in deep trouble. And because the years and decades of zero interest rate money has kept a lot of what the economist Nouriel Roubini calls zombie companies that would be bankrupt if it weren't for this money. And now that they have to pay actual interest on their loans, there's going to be a giant wave of bankruptcies. And this is also going to affect a lot of developing countries. And this will only affect their debts to the rules-based world order people. So they're going to basically default and defect from that system. Africa's hiring Russian mercenaries to kick out the resource stealers being sent there so they can actually get a fair price for their resources. So it's either going to be a huge wave of corporate and country bankruptcies that blows up the system, or it's going to be the lack of money that will tip over and destroy the God knows how many quadrillion dollars, and really nobody knows how many quadrillions of dollars worth of derivatives there are out there. But it's basically, it's gambling with over 1,000 times leverage, and if that falls apart, the whole system, the whole financial system in the West is set to implode. Now, I know that people are frustrated that the U.S. military has not taken action against these people. The reason for this is because they require their monthly paychecks in order to keep themselves and their families alive. And a lot of the top generals have been bribed, blackmailed, etc. So that's why the U.S. military has been such a abject failure so far. But I'm hearing that's changing, that there is a lot of activity going on now. You're seeing flights around all U.S. cities. You're seeing mobilization at military bases. But what the Global Alliance is proposing is that once the Rockefeller, Rothschild, Khazarian mafia, plan to turn this planet into an animal farm blows up and they're bankrupted, the proposal is there's going to be a jubilee. All debts, public and private, will be written off worldwide in a one-time offer. And at the same time, there will be a redistribution of assets that were stolen via central bank fraud. In other words, creating money out of nothing and then using that to take resources from the rest of the world. I've been told by the CIA sources that the Rockefeller family alone controls $15 trillion worth of stuff that will be taken away from them, and it will be redistributed to the people. How? I don't know. I don't think it's just going to be a deposit in your bank account. It's probably going to be managed for the greater good of the people. But this is something that will work out. But the point is that money that was stolen is going to be returned, and it's going to be at least $15 trillion, if not more. So even though right now it looks like we're stuck in a holding pattern, we're just waiting for the final implosion of these people. And the fact that China took action and cut off their attempts there with their, China was their showcase where everybody had this digital ID on their phones. And if they didn't obey, they couldn't ride a bus, they couldn't go shopping or whatever. Well, that's been shown to be a failure, and it was, used to enforce a system of lies, and that has blown up. So their showcase is gone. However, we still need to continue the pressure on these people. We need to actively hunt them down, and we need to force the people in Switzerland around Lake Geneva to negotiate a peace. They're running out of time. We're running out of patience. They have proposals on the table. They've been ignoring them, and that means that as things stand, something's going to be done. And it's interesting to note at this point that the Russian arms dealer Victor Bout was just released. That's very important because Victor Bout was the man who supplied the nuclear weapons used for the micro nukes used to destroy the World Trade Center buildings on 9/11. And he's also involved in smuggling the nuclear weapon that was used for the Fukushima attack on Japan. We have eyewitnesses to this, and the fact that he's being released is a sign that the U.S. military may finally be willing to. That is a very good sign because the trail will point to the French branch of the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, many of whom who still need to be apprehended, most notably Hillary Clinton Rockefeller and David Rockefeller Jr. Now, the fact that Vanguard has suddenly stopped the the carbon scheme, that's a sign that the Rockefellers were definitely involved in the murder of Queen Elizabeth, and they were doing that because they wanted to escape from her green agenda. I'm not, her green agenda, that's another issue. I'm not 100% supportive of it. I don't believe that carbon causes global warming, but they were planning to, start a huge campaign to save the natural world, and that I support. And
then we have our first question here for today. It's amazing that you met the Yatakarasu. If the Yatakarasu are descendants of the Ephraim, one of the 10 lost tribes of Israel, does that mean they are different from the Sumerians, the ancestors of the Japanese that Ryuota describes? There is a legend that Japan will rebuild the world, but do the Yatakarasu have a prescription for that?
The Yatagaras have been very, they control Shinto. They've been kind of more of a religious thing than anything else. But it does look like they have made a move. They do have, we're verifying this still, but they do have $5 trillion worth of gold that they're willing to make available for a new type of economic management system, the sort that was pioneered by Nazi Germany, which, forget about the Holocaust and all that stuff. Just look at what they did before World War II. They built the autobahns, the highways. Everybody got a Volkswagen. Everybody got a paid vacation. They had incredibly fast economic growth that benefited all the people. This system was copied by Japan and Singapore and China, and that's why they had such incredible economic success. In Japan, the Americans forced them to dismantle that system starting in the late 80s, which is why they've had stagnation ever since. But China still uses it, and they're still growing fast. And the point is that Yatagaras is saying we're willing to help the West revamp its system so that China does not outgrow them and make them irrelevant. The West needs to grow economically faster than China, or we will all become a Chinese servant. So the bottom line is that the Yatagaras have made a move, but it's still ongoing. We're still fact-checking. but it is historic, and the fact that they're willing to come out and tell the truth means that, a lot of hidden history will come out. Hopefully, the Tibetan and North Korean aspect of this will come out too. But they've told me before that they separated from the people who control the Jews about 3,000 years ago. So we're talking about a 3,000-year reunion. It'll be interesting. I'll let people know more when I find out more. Next question.
Furthermore, touching on the Yatakarasu, if the three-legged crow people put their gold with the Rothschilds, wouldn't that mean at this point it would be gone?
Well, that's a very good question. I believe that it's still physically located in a Swiss vault. Okay, so the gold's there. Now, I'm sure the Rothschilds were thinking that they're never going to actually let them access it, but right now they're not in a position to steal that gold. Okay, so they don't actually have a claim to it, and they don't have the military force to get away with stealing that gold. So we're going to force them to come clean on not just the Japanese gold, but also the Chinese imperial gold that they stole from the Manchus, which is also in Switzerland. So in other words, we're going to force the Swiss to, return the stolen gold. They can't keep it. We will have to invade Switzerland if necessary, and we will nuke Lake Geneva if they don't do it. Enough is enough. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You've mentioned Hillary Clinton as being a Rockefeller a number of times. Please delineate the family line and where she fits in. I did a search on the subject and read that her birth mother was the daughter of Churchill, who is the cousin of Hitler. Her supposed natural father was in one of two international bank families. The family's name was left out, but could that have been a Rockefeller? It also said Hillary was adopted out to the Rodens.
Yeah, I mean, she is a descendant of Hitler or that whole family line. It goes back to Clara Hitler, whose mother was born from Queen Victoria and her lover in Germany at a quite late age birth. And, my sources in the CIA and the Mossad tell me that the father was David Rockefeller. So she's a Khazarian blue blood. And she's also, the New York police have videos of her. And she was almost certainly involved in the murder of Queen Elizabeth. And she's got to go. I've confirmed she's still alive. She's very old and fat, but she was in Japan. I've actually had eyewitnesses that saw her and said it's a real one. That woman should not be free. She should not even be alive at this point. But a lot of it is still, it's not, the fact that David Rockefeller is the father is something that I've heard from my sources, but I don't know what documentation there is at this point. Other members of that family, of course, are Mark Zuckerberg, who's the grandson, Bill Clinton, who's the son of Winthrop Rockefeller, John Podesta. These are all very evil people, and they are the ones behind this fake Biden regime. They need to be hunted down. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Here in Australia, we are still dealing with the devastating effects from floods in regional New South Wales and South Australia. Are these floods from a DEW by the KM as some form of punishment, or do you know if they are white hat ops to flush out the dumps?
Well, there is lots of bizarre radar evidence showing that some kind of some sort of weather engineering has been taking place in Australia, but I'm not sure, and I know that a lot of the dumbs are being taken out there, but I also have heard from the White Hats that they're trying to turn Australia green to increase the amount of life there. It's mostly desert now, and there is some kind of geoengineering going on to turn Australia into a much greener, lusher place. But I'll need to find out more, but this is what I know so far. Next question.
We have our last question for today. You lost me completely on the destroying Jerusalem thing. Lake Geneva is more understandable, but I doubt it would take more than one brigade to take it. Jerusalem, on the other hand, is holy to three major religions. The Roman army took it, and Israeli airborne took it in 1967 against quality opposition, the British trained Arab Legion. What makes you think that they could take it again?
It's the Gnostic Illuminati who said, who keep talking about blowing up Jerusalem because they are against the monotheism as it's currently controlled, and they believe that destroying Jerusalem would be a way of, ending their. Or now, I'm personally very much against destroying historical sites or any kind of nuclear activity, but what we need to emphasize is that when we get repeated threats that they're going to blow up Mount Fuji, they're going to blow up Tokyo, and so we're forced to issue counter threats. They say, if you do that, we'll do the same to you. And the idea is to make sure that these things never happen. It's like a Mexican standoff. You shoot at me, I'll shoot you, so you don't shoot. And it's a response to threats to destroy Tokyo. Okay, well, that's it for me, and the doorbell just rang, so I'll sign off here. I hope to see you next week. Yesterday, December 15th, was supposed to be the final release date for all documents related to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. In fact, though, 5% of the documents, the key 5%, remain hidden, and they're still not admitting the truth of what really happened. Now, I know what it is. Former CIA head Dick Cheney told me. I heard it from other sources, so let's make this very clear. John F. Kennedy was assassinated on the orders of David Ben-Gurion, the first Prime Minister of Israel. David Ben-Gurion, in turn, took his orders from the Rothschild family and, above them, the Octagon Group in Switzerland. Now, what was John F. Kennedy's crime? His crime was he was a Christian, Catholic, and he wanted to guide humanity into the future based on human values of love, peace, and friendship. He wanted to take control away of the financial system, away from the Octagon Group. And that's why he made a deal with President Sukarno of Indonesia to get gold to back a dollar. It was not controlled by the Khazarian Mafia, headed by the Octagon Group. Martin Luther King and countless other world leaders whose crime all was the same, which was they wanted to direct humanity's future by humans. Now, the people in Switzerland, the Octagon Group, the current people who control the UN and the so-called West, they are not human. They're not working for life. There's no doubt about it. Look at what they're doing. Let's trace back to the World Economic Forum in Switzerland. War. They've been trying to attack the Christians in Russia. Starvation. They've been trying to cut food off from the developing world in places that need food. And they want to have their Antichrist, their leader, take over the planet and turn it into a giant animal farm. This is beyond a doubt proven scientifically. Now, I have been approached by, Asian secret societies and the Japanese royal family and the British royal family. And they all agree that humanity needs to set up a new people-run, democratic, meritocratic, system for allowing humans to decide their own future. Now, the gold that the Swiss took from the Manchu dynasty and from the Tokugawa shogunate and from the Japanese government since Meiji Reform, it's in Switzerland. It's in the vaults. Technically, that gold does not belong to the Swiss. It does not belong to the Octagon Group. Now, we have asked politely to use that gold to to finance this new agency, which would be a future planning organization. It would let humans decide what kind of future we want to create together and not be ruled in secret by a group that has proven who want to turn us into a giant animal farm. And they're still there. Now, we've politely asked the Red Cross in Switzerland through several channels, because they're the path through which this gold is supposed to go. I am now asking politely for the head of the Red Cross, Mirjana Spoljaric-Egger, pardon me if I pronounce that. We've contacted you. We've asked you to use your good offices to allow that gold to be used for humanitarian purposes. Now, Egger is a member of the Octagon Group. Okay, that's been given to me by Mossad and CIA sources. And we're getting quite tired of asking politely, which is why we realize that at a certain point we're going to have to take kinetic action. We have proven that we have the technical capability of redirecting a meteorite to hit the area around Lake Geneva, Switzerland. And if we don't get an answer, we'll have to ask for all civilians and artworks to be evacuated from the area around Lake Geneva, because it will be slated for destruction as a necessary way to liberate the planet Earth. Now, these people have been suppressing human progress for a very long time. And I'll give you one example. We now have a technology known as CRISPR that allows us to pinpoint edit our genes. Now, so far, they're always making sure that we cannot do anything that will improve humanity. Liberal leaders like Elon Musk, who's openly admitting he's a Satan worshiper and who's suppressing a lot of important technology. He's not a savior. His actions prove it. Now, if he's willing to turn around and bring all those DARPA people on board, well, great. But so far, he's only been an attempt by these cabal who control the Fortune 500 companies and the printing of the U.S. dollar inside the United States to become like a would-be savior, a would-be leader. They always, when people are disaffected, they give you a limited sort of like they loosen your leash a bit, make you think you're free until your guard drops again, and then they jerk it back. So don't trust these people. In any case, we are going to be staging a major offensive. Now, any visible member of this Octagon group is a target of opportunity, okay? If they appear in public and you have the opportunity, you must arrest them, and if they resist arrest.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. So if all public debt is to be wiped and private is to be wiped, does that mean we should all go out and try to borrow as much money as we can to buy a house or land?
That would probably be a good strategy if you can get that, and if when we succeed, people who are renting places will become the owners of the places they're renting, and we'll make sure that the landlords are compensated with the equivalent of rent in money so that there's no discontent. But yeah, I think it's a good time to try to do that. The high interest rates they're trying to charge is something that they will then try to, use to send their goons to try to take that property away from you. At that point, you must be ready to defend yourself. But yes, I think it's a good strategy. Next question.
Why is the fact that the Rockefeller, if the white hats have got this, why are the mainstream media still in control of information?
That's because they are not the mainstream media. They don't control the information. The fact that, the NSA allows this sort of truth to be broadcast to you and you're seeing it is a sign they only control the corporate media. Okay, so it's the Fortune 500 corporations and their media slaves and whores who are the problem, but they are not the mainstream by any means. They are the amount of Kool-Aid drinkers who believe their lies is shrinking. I think the last poll I saw showed that belief in the mainstream, so-called mainstream media, is down to like 11% or something. That means 89% of people know it's all lies, and they're getting their information elsewhere. Next question.
Okay. It seems like the mainstream it seems like the U.S. military is actively trying to initiate World War III is doing something, just not what every U.S. and world citizen would hope. So the question is, what's to do to neutralize insane, suicidal military leadership and replace it with humanist or patriots? Surely it would be a good time for ET to step in and fix this insanity.
All right, first of all, we're not going to sit around and wait for a magical spaceship to rescue us. It's up to us. But let's make it very clear. The U.S. military is not at war in the Ukraine. What is at war is the Octagon Group, and they control printing presses. And what they've done is that they've hired mercenaries. They've hired whores to fight for them. And they've been buying out weapon stocks and selling their stashes of weapons from around the world to keep their show going. But this is not an official military war. You don't see U.S. warplanes, for example, fighting Russian warplanes in the skies over the Ukraine. What you see is people willing to accept large amounts of fiat money in exchange for fighting there. It's not an official war. That's because the U.S. military is not fighting Russia, and they won't. It's only mercenaries and bought and paid for weapons. It's not the official army that's fighting there. But still, the U.S. military, they need to move into Silicon Valley. They need to move into New York. They need to round these people up. And they should have done it like a couple years ago. Next question.
We have our last question here for today. This is in regards to Monday's report. The following morning report left one viewer a little confused. If they understand it at all, may not serve some positive purpose, but more likely not. The military alliance, which is white hats, told the black hats Biden alliance to do a deal. Bolt says the planet, or just US, is committing suicide, and Illuminati says it's part of their 1,000-year plan to free the planet from the Khazarian mafia. Can you elaborate on this a little bit more?
I wish I knew the answer. It's Victor Bout. But what you got to understand is that when you're reporting, sometimes you get a he says, she says situation, okay? It's like when you're reporting on a divorce and you're getting two different sources saying opposite things. So, for example, we have the MI6 saying that 911 was a Nazi satanic coup d'etat. Then we have the Gnostic Illuminati saying, no, 911 was a attempt by the Gnostic Illuminati. I have some news for you guys this week, which is that funding promises have been secured for the United States, a buyout of the United States. This comes from the BRICS alliance, the 80% of the world's countries who no longer agree with the Khazarian mafia-controlled agenda of the so-called G7. Now, this is, okay, we need to understand that the United States is bankrupt. And we can see this even, for example, I saw an editorial by Hillary Clinton Rockefeller in the New York Times where she said that, we're facing a systems collapse unless something is done about the, debt ceiling, which is how they call it. But basically, what's happening is the rest of the world is not lending any more money to the United States corporation. And even the Rothschilds have cut the Rockefellers off and their United States of America Corporation. This includes, the Fortune 500 companies, Google, all that kind of stuff. So the problem is, okay, this is what people need to understand. Now, the BRICS alliance is willing to continue to finance the U.S. military-industrial complex around the world, but it would be conditional on their becoming a planetary protection force and some kind of swords to plowshares type transformation. Now, the only alternative, the only real alternative is for the United States to declare itself publicly bankrupt vis-a-vis the rest of the world. But that would mean shutting down U.S. military bases around the world, withdrawing U.S. troops, and it would be a sudden hard landing, like going cold turkey. But then America would be independent. They would not have to listen to what foreigners ask them to do. So that's the upside. And you can, clearly state that all the debts that were incurred over the past 50 years by the United States corporation are not the debts of the American people. However, this will mean that you will lose access to your international credit card, which means that a lot of the natural resources, oil, other things being imported, you won't be able to pay for anymore. So again, it'll be a sharp, cold shock, and the United States will be able to recover very quickly, but minus U.S. military bases around the world. A lot of people are okay with that. However, I have talked to senior U.S. military types, and they said that when the Soviet Union collapsed, top generals ended up as taxi drivers in London, and they'd rather, go to war than to have that happen to them. And they have a vested interest in moving forward as a planetary protection force and not backwards as a North American local army. So this is a choice that we're facing. Now, the choice that is not really viable is to allow the current system to continue. Look, everybody who's doing any real fact checking in the real world knows that the entire system in North America is dysfunctional. The system that is collapsing is one of Babylonian debt slavery. These people create money out of nothing, and they've done this for a century, and the result, just as people like Thomas Jefferson predicted, and Benjamin Franklin predicted, is that people are now poor, and all the money is concentrated in a tiny, tiny class of Satan-worshipping, mega-rich people. And that is no longer an option. That cannot be allowed to continue. The rest of the world will not allow it to continue. Now, the White Hat Alliance has a plan which involves, and we have the financing for this from the rest of the world. I have this from direct sources, okay? It would be a Canadian takeover merger with the United States to create a United States of North America. Of course, this would not involve the Khazarian mafia criminal Justin Castro and all those people. They would be removed. Okay, we're talking about the good old Canada and the good old United States, which means democracy, rule of law, freedom of the press, but which is all being taken by stealth. We know that Justin Castro and Biden both got in through stolen elections, and we know that the media, the corporate media, is just propaganda and lies now. They no longer report the truth. So the whole thing would be started off with restoration of democracy, freedom of the press, the rule of law, plus to compensate for 100 years of theft from via central bank fraud, there would be a jubilee, a write-off of all debts, public and private, and a redistribution of assets so that everybody would end up a homeowner with savings in the bank as we start a fresh start. Now, This brings us to the next issue, which is what to do about the rest of the American continent, i.e. from the Mexican border on south. Now, clearly, as things stand, we cannot have a merger of the United States of North America with Latin America because, well, for example, 48 out of the 50 most dangerous and crime-infested cities in the world are in Latin America. The other two are in South Africa, if I'm not mistaken. And we cannot import this cultural, dysfunction into North America, which is what's happening now as they are allowing all these criminal, illegal immigrants to cross the border unchecked. We do not want North America to degenerate, which it already is in the United States, to a lawless type of thing, which is what exists in many parts of Latin America. I'm sorry, but that's the fact. I've been there. I spent 12 years there. I've traveled around there with no money. I know what I'm talking about. So some sort of arrangement will have to be made. Okay, now that's the big story. Now let's talk about what happened to the... with me today is the legendary Goldbug, editor of the Golden Jackass newsletter, Jim Willey, and we're going to talk about, I guess, the world situation. Now, first, I'd like to say, Mr. Willey, a man by the name of Dr. Michael Vandermeer, also known as Dr. Michael Mehring, he was the head of MI6. He was a great fan of yours, and he kept telling me I should talk to you. It never happened, but I'm glad we're finally having a conversation. So please introduce yourself to people who haven't heard of you.
Okay. The Golden Jackass website has been altered since 2019 to be Golden-Jackass. We've got an upgrade. I've been at this now. Next April will be 20 years. So I'm in my 20th year now. It's the longest job I've ever had. And I have a rather humorous bio, if I can remember. I got a doctorate in statistics. And I am unencumbered by the limitations of economics credentials, which means I don't have an economics degree, and therefore I'm not cockeyed, I'm not perverted, and I'm not corrupted in my view of money and banking. You could say that I'm a student of the Austrian School of Economics. I've actually met Kurt Rickenbacker, which is actually pronounced Rischbecher. Kurt Rickenbacker, the German. A year before I started the newsletter, and it was really quite interesting the week we had together. But I've been doing this now for close to 20 years. I'm getting a little long in the tooth. I'm a statistician. I'm a marketing research analyst.
Okay.
And I don't practice statistics anymore. I'm a financial analyst, economist.
83.6% of statistics are bogus. That's always a joke.
But I know how to lie with statistics, Ben, but I also know how to debunk a lie and point out blatant lies. And that's how that's how I cut my teeth in the first 2 years of the newsletter.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, there's, 2 plus 2 is 4. There's no doubt about that. But the problem is when you're looking at the real world, are there really 2 and 2 or are there not? And so what's happening with economics, a lot of it is they're using bogus reality to make fiction, because they're not actually looking at the real world when they do all their...
I agree. At Harvard University, University of Chicago, 2 plus 2 is 5 or whatever you want.
Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to ask your take on the U.S. economic situation, where it's heading. What do you think is going to happen?
The world economic situation?
The U.S. especially. But
the U.S. The U.S. is heading, and it is gradually deepening a hyperinflationary depression. We got the first taste of severe price inflation with the lockdown and the interference with the supply chain back in 2021. We've really not emerged from that. We've not repaired the supply chain. By tightening on interest rates, we're not going to improve the supply chain. that will not address at all the price inflation. It'll make it worse. The big banks are insolvent institutions, and they therefore cannot lend. They've resorted to pilferage and theft in the commercial real estate market. So we've got inflation, we've got recession, and I'm going to say something that's easy to defend, but very hard for people to believe. I believe we've had at least 3 consecutive years of minus 10% recession.
I would agree with you because the statistics for inflation are bogus. And because of that, everything else, the GDP, everything else is a lie.
Everything else, the lie in statistics converts to the lie in the economic growth, GDP. And I believe that lie is like 6, 8, 10%. 2 years ago, it was about 10%.
Yeah.
So if they say we're even, Steven, on the economy, we're minus 10% recession.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I cut my teeth on in the first 2 years, relying on John Williams' shadow government statistics. You know, the jobless rate. Well, just look at the participation rate and take 1 minus that. The GDP is absolutely absurd. We're in a vicious recession, and we're not going to get out of it ever.
Yeah.
Until we have a default.
And I was very disappointed that the Chinese agreed to keep financing the circus in Washington, D.C. And this is what people don't understand. I told the Chinese, please cut these people off, but they're having their big summit now, and the Chinese, they told me, look, they know that the Biden is just a puppet, but they're making a deal with these people because they're the people in power, and the fact is that it's in their interest to keep the can kicking down the road for the U.S. government because they keep offering China everything they want in order to stay in business. So it's in China's interest to have this current bankrupt U.S. government begging them for money every few months, and then because they can force the American people to hand over, for example, I've heard they're going to actually de facto hand over California to China, and that's how they got money to keep their show going.
Well, I believe if they do that, they're going to put a cattle prod under the White Alliance to react.
Yeah, and
it may not be anything legal.
No, I mean they're selling stuff they don't own. Like they hand over control of Australia, Japan, New Zealand, ASEAN to China in the previous attempt to get money going, and then they announced some kind of new trade agreement which basically hands the area over to China. But these countries haven't agreed to that, and
well, let me offer a rather difficult question. You think China is playing along and kicking the can down the road, down the U.S. alleyway, because China needs to have the can kicked down the road, since Evergrande cannot be resolved and probably will bring down their entire financial system?
Yeah, I mean they copied the Japanese system that was used after World War II until the 1980s. And that was to use real estate as a basis for their financial system. So it's a real estate-backed financial system. But they got to the point where it would take 44 years of someone's entire income to buy a house to live in. And then about 20% of the houses in China nobody lives in them because these rich people buy them as investments. And if they lend them, they become used. So it's dysfunctional. And there's no way around that. I mean, they're trying to boost other sectors of the economy, but yeah, the Chinese have this problem and they're not dealing with it yet. But they are aware of it and they are trying to.
Okay, but my point, Ben, is if they cut off the United States for funding, I believe that would mean that China would also fail. So we're tied at the hip in a horrible relationship. They need their exports to the United States. They need the export trade. They don't have bankruptcy procedures. So Evergrande is going to decay right in front of their noses without any resolution. Okay, that's my view. And I've seen like a PDF file with 30, 40 different graphs about China, and almost all of them are horribly negative. So they cannot do a full stop either. And, I'm amused by this story of handing over California. I am absolutely amused by it. Let them try. Let's see what happens. Let's see how it goes over. Let's see if they start teaching Chinese in schools in California and make an extra tax to go to Beijing and call it the Chinese tax. Let's start a revolution in California. Let's get on with this. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous.
It is, and they are asking that they start teaching Chinese in the schools. So that's one thing to look out for. And the other thing is, you're going to look for some kind of announcement about a climate change agreement with California. They'll call it something like that. But basically, they're handing over the United States to the Chinese, and it's not going to end well. But I think at this point, it's going to be,
But at the same time, Ben, don't you think that the U.S. financial system is heading down, the toilet bowl? And if the Chinese keep funding something that's going down the toilet bowl, then it's kind of like jumping into a lake with cement shoes. It doesn't work. You can't float. There's nothing to float. It's all insolvent. The Chinese need to break away from the United States or they're going to go down with it. And I think they're going down anyway with Evergrande. They've not resolved anything. It's been 2 full years.
Well, yeah, except that you have to remember that there is the rest of the world, and that is doing quite well. Most of the world outside of the West is actually fine, and the Chinese are moving that way more and more. So, from their point of view, it's better that the West stay under the current incompetent management and keep slowly sinking so that it just naturally all come their way. So
I understand that kind of logic, but they're going to need to keep funding the United States, and it's not going to improve. We're going to continue raising interest rates. We're going to have some bank failures. Bank of America is already in tremendous problems with just enormous number of complaints for getting money out of deposits. And, pretty soon we're going to have unrealized $1 trillion portfolio losses in the big banks.
Yeah, no,
they're supporting that. It's not going to work. It's not going to end well. It's like having a bad son who's got a gambling problem, and he's also got a drug problem, and he's got every kind of problem, and he's got the mafia after them, and you keep financing his credit card. You got to cut it off.
Yeah, I
doesn't work.
A frontline reporter during the Japanese bubble, and at the time, I remember the difference between the growth in bank loans and the real economy was such that it had to be. I knew that mathematically there was 100 trillion yen worth of bad debt. And that's about $1 trillion. And the similar thing exists now. And at the time, the Americans were lecturing the Japanese. The Japanese were covering up by keeping everything in their books on the price they paid for, not the current price,
right.
Mark to market. Right. And the Americans were lecturing the Japanese. You have to mark to market. And they were able to cover it up for about 5 years before the whole thing imploded. And the United States, they're doing the same thing now. They're hiding all the losses, but if you have all these loans and government bonds you bought at 0% interest rate, and now the interest rate's 5%, they're worth less than half.
They're down 45%.
Okay.
Yes, but now we've got new U.S. government debt that's additional trillion every 5 months. If you look at the amount of debt that's increasing, you're in the situation now of crack up boom and Ponzi scheme all rolled into one. And we're not getting any results from new credit. It's an implosion that's going on right now. They're doing billion-dollar patch jobs in the middle of the night to keep these big banks liquid. And, oh gosh, I just don't see any solution. And I'm amazed that the Chinese are dumb enough to keep funding when...
Yeah, I mean, what are
they asking? What do they want? An impeachment trial? Is that what they want for the end of Biden? They want us to get rid of him ourselves?
Well, that's what I mean. It's going to be up to the American people. But what you need to do and is have a jubilee. You need to have a complete reset of the system. Like shut down all the banks, and then, you know, the idea that I've been pushing is that you, as a part of a reboot of the system, you give everybody ownership of their current residence. Remove all the mortgage loans, and if you're in a rental place, you're going to own it, and then use government money to pay like little landladies who need the rental income. You pay them the equivalent of rental income in government money, and everybody will have no debt and own their own residence as a way to start the system again. And then you'd have to have bean counters to go over and find out what's really exists and make sure the financial system and the real world are closely aligned. Right now, as you know, it's a giant hallucination for most of the big banks.
Yes, it is, but everything is breaking, and everything is breaking at the same time. Right now, I'm watching the Treasury bonds break. They had failed auctions. August was a joke. We gave money to our friends in Europe. They bought the Treasury bonds. We're now having to switch over to short-dated paper in order to get any bids at all. They had a tremendous failure on a 30-year Treasury bond auction. I understand your view somewhat for the future for a kickstart, but golly, we got to deal with our reality, and our reality is a Treasury bond default, the BRICS nations in rebellion, our big banks are failing, and you know, it was 2 weeks ago, we had two different big U.S. banks with over 100 basis points for the credit default swap. That's the bond insurance. We're about to have at least a couple big bank failures, even though they're keeping things liquid with the I call it the 2 a.m. multi-billion-dollar patch jobs. This is not going to, we don't have the luxury to plan for things like that while we're busy imploding.
Well, I mean, I've heard from a lot of people that we just have to wait until it implodes before any change is possible. But
yeah,
it is imploding. There's no doubt about it. And
can't stop it. Can't stop it. Bank of America, I think, is going to be the first one. The complaints are off the chart now for getting money out. The theft. I mean, the big banks can't make any money. They're not lending. They're insolvent. So they're resorting to pilferage of commercial property. They're not rolling over, you know, the 7-year mortgages or whatever. I got one story, Ben, and it's from an upper Midwest $200 million property. And I know a client in Texas who's good friends with one of the 4 owners. So he had $50 million in line for this very big property in the northern Midwest. They lost it. They couldn't roll over the mortgage. That's what the big banks are doing now. They're conspiring not to roll over mortgages. Okay, this is not going to end well, and I'm just amazed that doctors aren't getting shot and bankers aren't getting shot. I'm really amazed.
You know, I have to agree with you.
It's horrendous what's happening. I say they're trying to destroy everything. They're trying to destroy life. It's animals, it's birds, it's insects, and now it's people. They're trying to destroy business, supply chain, your job, small business during the lockdown. I got a friend, Ben, in Los Angeles, and he has 3 different clothing stores. All his competitor big box stores were open. He was forced shut with fines. They turned off his electricity. They're trying to and happy and obedient, and I say, screw you. So, you know, we have to let the system implode. And I believe during the implosion, there's an awakening by the public. And I've heard that the Biden approval rating is under 10%. I'm not really sure what the white hats are waiting for. I don't think they're going to get civil disorder and civil war. I heard a long time ago that Black Lives Matter and Antifa have been defused. I don't know what they're waiting for. I think what that might be, and I don't know this for sure, they might be looking to clean up a lot more generals and admirals in the military. They might be waiting for an event like a divining rod that will definitely put you to the left or to the right. If you're to the right, you think Trump's commander-in-chief. If you're to the left, you're going to be looking for the Biden orders for more destruction. Have you heard about the Admiral Inish or Ishin in the Mediterranean who refused to follow orders off the Israeli shore? He refused to follow the orders, and he's waiting for the commander-in-chief, Trump, to issue orders. Okay, this is the sort of thing that I look forward to.
Yeah, it's definitely, the only hope is that the military white hats finally do something. And I think they have been frozen by the fact that they also have a monthly salary that needs to get paid so that they can live. And they're worried about being cut off their, monthly stipend. And so they have to realize that they're going to have to take control of the money-making machinery. That means taking over. I see the Fed buildings all, locked up and stuff, but that's not where it is. It's where the computers are. You have to go to the computer center. I was taken on a tour of the Bank of Japan. You have this nice old fancy building where all the Bank of Japan people hang out, and across the street there's a computer room. And I was in there once. This is a long time ago, like 7 supercomputers, and that is where the yen lives. And there's a similar thing for the dollar, and they got to find that computer center and grab it, and then they can do their military coup and still have their monthly payment. That's what they need to do.
I agree. When you have a problem with the bank, sometimes the answer is not with the agent talking. It's with the computer system that's in control. You get the programmers to control your computer systems. But, the Federal Reserve, there's a different battle going on there. They're battling for the money printing machines for pallets to send them off, an aircraft to Ukraine or whatever. There's a cash issue and there's a computer money issue, banking issue. And, I feel sorry for the generals. If they don't obey, they're defrocked. If they don't obey, they lose their income. They lose their pensions. Well, they need to get together. They need to contact the, America First. Okay. One thing I noted, Ben, I just want to pass this. When Trump had his inauguration, January of 2017, I noticed that he used the phrase America First about 15 times. And I noticed 5 years earlier, it was about 2011 or 12, right around there, I heard that in Idaho there was a jamboree, a conference in Idaho every year. And it was like a jamboree for hot dogs, beer, and, clowns and rodeo and just have a good time, maybe show off and have a contest for goats. But it was 500 dismissed U.S. military generals and admirals who organized America First. So what Trump was saying is he got recruited and hired by the dismissed generals from Clinton, Baby Bush, and Obama, and there were a lot of them, a lot more than 500.
Yeah, I remember something happened, though, in January 2020, because all the military left the Trump administration, and I heard that Donald Trump himself went to Mount Cheyenne, and then after that, we have, before that, they have an actor who is playing Trump, and you can tell the difference because he's white around the eyes and he had loose jowls. The NSA told me about him, and suddenly we have this, on our TV screens, we have a different Trump suddenly reading a different script where he's saying, and I think they're running a sophisticated disinformation campaign to this day where they have a fake Trump out there acting like a Pied Piper, leading these patriots down a dead end, or and preventing them from, draining the swamp. And that's what. And the sign I hear is that the real Trump, he looks better and he appears with Melania. And the one that you're seeing you never see Melania with him because he's not the real Trump. But something has to be done about that actor and the whole fake show in Washington D.C. where Biden and this actor are creating these endless arguments that go nowhere. January 6th to Russiagate. It's a huge circus show, and they need to unplug it. Unfortunately, the Chinese
shit show. Shit show.
And the Chinese just gave him money to keep it going, which is really pissing me off.
Well, it'll take an implosion. The center of their power is the banks and the medical centers. Okay, we got a two-headed fascist monster here. It's banking and it's medicine.
Yeah.
And right now we're seeing medicine discredited, Ben, in a very, very big way.
Yeah.
We're seeing the banks not discredited as much as rendered insolvent and abandonment.
Okay, and here's something also I think people have trouble understanding this. They don't understand why the U.S. dollar is not collapsing. And this goes back to 2008 when they had the Lehman shock. At the time, what happened was the Americans showed up in China with these Ameros, these rainbow-colored bills and big pallets, and said, look, we're going to switch from the dollar to the Amero, and it'll be 2 Ameros for $1. And the Chinese said, hey, we're not going to take a 50% haircut on all these dollars we earned. And what they started to do is they quarantined the euro dollars, the dollars held by people outside of the United States, from the dollars newly minted by the United States. And there's been a battle ever since. The people who make dollars inside the United States launder them through the stock market. That's why, for example, Tesla is worth more than all the other auto companies in the world combined, because they're pumping the money through Tesla to try to launder it into the real economy. And so there's this dichotomy, and they can't resolve this battle. It continues. But they're quarantining more and more and more the U.S. dollars from the inside the United States from the ones outside. And that's the situation, and that's why the dollar is strong internationally, because there's a limited amount, and they can only make new dollars when they actually export cars or something that really exists. Do you understand that? Do you think that's? I mean, that's what
I think there are several factors at work. That could be one. I'm not too familiar with that. You're talking about the old dollars, like we had in previous conversation. The old dollars, I think, before Bretton Woods, the old before the Federal Reserve notes came in. The old dollars are better. It's like the old dimes, the old quarters. They're worth more than the new ones. Okay, I think we're seeing now like a boycott internationally of new money from the dollar sources.
Yeah.
And that's why you're seeing in Long Beach, in California, you're seeing a rejection of treasury bills, because it's all regarded as new printed, reeled out treasury bills that are worthless. I have a different view. I don't think it contradicts. I think it goes side by side with your point. But when foreign central banks sell the treasury bond, they're vacating their dollar reserves, and therefore their currencies go down. When the Japanese sold about $180 billion over a 12-month period, ending in October of a year ago, of treasury bills, Bank of Japan, they bought gold. So they vacated their dollar reserves, and their yen went down because they vacated the dollar reserve. So that's a big factor too, and that's really at work in every continent. Well, yours may be, the undercurrent, and my point about treasury bonds could be above the table in a visible manner. But when the French and the Norwegians sell treasury bonds and they buy gold to replace the treasury as a basis, they're doing harm to their own currency, because they're lowering their dollar reserves. And everything is based on dollar reserves now for central bank activity. I have to come up more to speed on your factor, because it sounds intriguing and very real. And there are a lot of moving parts here. How about just the other moving part of money laundering from trafficking? That is a very big issue. It could be between $1 and $2 trillion a year. That is a very, very big amount.
Yeah, no, they're definitely. I told British intelligence too. Look, if you want to confirm that they've put in a double for Charles, is to ask his actual children if that's him or not. And but there are people behind the scenes who are aware of this in the British establishment, and I'm hoping they're going to take more action. But yeah, I mean, right now we're seeing so many doubles and fakes. We have a fake Pope now, and we have fake King Charles. We have
fake Biden.
Of course, fake Biden. It's hard to know if there. And
we might have a fake MBS Mohammed bin Salman. That could be a fake.
Oh yeah, after he, arrested many of his cousins and other members of the royal family.
Half brothers.
Yeah.
Remember Trump? Okay, it was the October 2016 CNN debate, and about 2 days later, Trump actually said, "The woman with whom I debated." He said he didn't call her Hillary. Okay, that Hillary, the real Hillary, I've got the before and after. I got a big collection of. I don't have a Ben Fulford before and after, but I hope I don't ever have to do that. But I call it the hag versus the new makeover,
right.
And there's easily a 35-year difference on that. The old one is an actual hag.
Yeah.
I mean, bags under the eyes, double jowls, and she looks the part. She must be 80 by now.
By the way,
I just saw a new picture in Abu Dhabi of Hillary, and she's got like an earring on a part of her jowl that accidentally fell off.
Right.
Why don't they expose them in public? Why don't they have someone walk up to them like, remember Muhammad Ali grabbed the toupee of Howard Cosell and started running around on stage? We need to do things like that.
Yeah, we do.
We need a Muhammad Ali to do that.
Well,
someone who's bold enough.
You remember that Biden was meeting the British Prime Minister Cameron, right? And they're in front of the press, and the Biden said, "Yeah, I used to be on this TV show called whatever," and Cameron says, "Who are you?" And
Who the bloody hell are you? Who the bloody hell are you? That was his quote, and his name was Arthur Roberts.
Yeah.
Arthur Roberts, a B movie. Yeah. I was all over that story. That was a year and a half ago. That was a beautiful. Who the bloody hell are you? That was. I think it was Boris Johnson, though. I'm not sure. I think it was Boris. Anyway, we need to unmask. I love that word. We need to unmask these masked people.
Yeah, and someone will need to grab the.
Is that part of the plan? Do you think? Are they going to do that? Are they going to rip the mask off Biden? Are they going to rip the mask off Hillary? I mean, there are many more that are running around with a mask, and we might even have a good guy with a mask on named Elon Musk.
Yeah, I mean, what I heard, getting on to the subject of Elon Musk, the P3 Freemasons, these are people who put on black masks to cover their faces, and they give the orders to the Vatican and to the mafia. They told me, look, we're all in our 80s, and we're handing over to Musk, right? So he's a faction in these secret elites, and I think are relatively good, although the problem with Musk is that he's pushing electric cars, and electric cars are a lousy technology. Here in Japan, and a sign that something has happened fundamentally, Toyota has announced a whole line of hydrogen cars, because that's technology that's going to completely upend the entire
blow away electric vehicals.
And I think
can't
China
sustain themselves. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was given an invoice. I was shown an invoice for an electric car that would run 70,000 miles, and it cost $50,000, but to replace the batteries after 70,000 miles would cost $30,000. It's ridiculous.
Unbelievable.
And the Chinese went all into this battery technology. They're completely switched over their automotive system to that.
Dead end.
But it's hydrogen, and the Japanese have started producing the hydrogen, and that's going to change everything. So something is happening.
A new global leadership position for Toyota. Here we go again. Okay, you know the old argument. You need 500 tons of ore in order to produce one lithium battery. I mean, this is absurd.
Yeah.
Absolutely absurd. It's a dead end.
But
I've been talking about hydrogen cars, Ben, for 2 years. And I think I got it right.
Yeah, well, we'll see. But, something is happening. But, again, what we're dealing with are these hidden controllers like the P3, and we have to expose those people. And I've been trying to do that. So, the forensic trail, whenever I actually meet these type of people, it always goes back to Switzerland. It goes to the area around Lake Geneva, where you have the WHO is headquartered there. The UN stuff is headquartered there. The Bank for International Settlements is nearby there. it's these people hang out around Lake Geneva, and that's where we need to take action. And I've heard the Swiss are on the case, but it's like when you're fighting an octopus, you wrestle with the arm, but you need to go for the head. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to find who the controllers are who are putting these actors on our screens and giving us this fake show. But I think we're almost there.
I think we're almost there. And what I heard from it was one of my colleagues, and I called him the Voice because it was so influential and knowledgeable. It was 10 years ago. We've parted ways. He's got all kinds of non-disclosure agreements. But he told me in 2012 and 13, Ben, that that the White Hats are going after the middle level cabal. And he told me in 2017, they've eradicated 80% of the middle level cabal. So they've left the cabal with a bunch of heads and a bunch of foot soldiers. And they cannot get everything done. So I think what they're doing is they're working their way up. If you want to make this a military analogy, they got rid of all the lieutenants, all the sergeants, all the captains, and now we're dealing with the majors, colonels, and generals. And we're working our way to the top, finding the head, and that's what we need to cut off and unmask.
I was told by the military something similar, is that when you're attacking an enemy, first you find their front positions, their scouts, and then you just work your way up until you finally get to the headquarters, And they're doing it in
but also the ammunition, the ammunition, the depots, you get them too.
Yeah. Well, hopefully this will happen soon, but I don't know if, if it's going to be the Donald Trump supposedly in Mount Cheyenne, or I personally, I like what I see with Colonel Douglas McGregor. Have you been following his work?
Oh, absolutely. I've been told that he will be in charge of the highest level tribunals of U.S. military generals and admirals. I mean, that would be an unprecedented event. And I give him a lot of courage. I mean, a lot of praise for his courage in a hidden manner, because he's got to be a target.
Yeah.
But he could be a very influential person. And I'm just going to throw something out there. He might end up being like the caretaker president from the military side for a period of time.
The military tell me, look, military are not good at running governments. That's what they've learned. But what I've told them is the military, what they can do is they can go in, they can clean up all the criminals, arrest and restore democracy and rules law, and give control of the money back to the people, and then they can go back to their barracks, and that's what they need.
We'll also be in charge of the voting. Be in charge of voting.
Yeah, look, democracy works if people have accurate information and their votes are actually counted. Right now, it's all electronic fakery. It's nothing to do with the people, and that has to end.
I call it ambassador. He got an endorsement from Ambassador Dominion. We need to cut Dominion, get him out of the room. Ambassador Dominion, have you seen the logo on Dominion?
No.
It shows kind of an S, and on the top it's red, and on the bottom it's blue, and then it says, "We change the way you vote."
Yeah, well, that's
That's very clever.
It's
kind of like a hold up,
Yeah.
Hold up, holding things up so you can get progress, or hold up for a robbery. Okay. The U.S. language English language is very versatile. I like the military not to run things. I like it to conduct tribunals and to run the elections, and maybe get in there and do some forensic financial analyses.
Yeah.
Like, where's the money laundering? That sort of thing.
Yeah, and speaking about forensic financial analysis, for close to 20 years, I've been told about these giant caves full of gold in Indonesia and in Asia and stuff, and I've gone to these countries to look for it, and I think it's all BS. Because you see, when they ask people what backs your dollars, they say, "Well, we have these giant gold caves." ask them to a simple test. Take a recent vintage newspaper and take a photograph with it in front of the gold. They can't do that. And I talked to for example, a Japanese retired head of a major financial institution. He spent 20 years of his retirement using old Japanese military maps to look for gold that was supposedly in the Philippines. And in those 20 years, with the actual Japanese military gold maps, the total he found was like 1 ton, not these thousands of tons they talk about. And in Indonesia too, you keep hearing about it, but nobody can provide the proof. I think it's a BS story that they pulled out when they asked people what's backing your dollars, and I just haven't been able to confirm this gold exists.
I've heard that Trump has recovered a couple. I call them troves. If they're giant, I call them a trove. I heard Trump has recovered 2 or 3 troves and Fort Knox. He wrestled it back. There was some, battling between, troops guarding whatever. I've heard Marcos has a tremendous amount. There might be 5 different mountain vaults.
Yeah, you keep hearing it, but again,
I know, but I've seen some paperwork too, Ben. But I'd like to see pictures. I was curious about, are there any pictures of the big tunnel between Istanbul and Jerusalem? There was supposedly 100 miles chest high of gold valued at $2 quadrillion. I think, well, that's all very nice. It sounds very nice, but much more real is the 750 plane loads, Hercules plane loads, that were vacated out of the Vatican, and I think it went to Greenland.
I did see lots of pictures of mummified popes covered in jewelry and stuff that were taken out of the Vatican. That's for sure. But but the point is this: that okay, if there's no gold, there's no gold. We don't need it necessarily. It just has to be something that really exists. It can be grain, it can be oil, it can be silver, and we need to get an inventory, of the real world, and then, lock the financial system into that. Because all these years, I've heard all these stories about these giant treasures, and I haven't seen any proof. And I've been looking. I've flown, and checked and talked to these people, and they just can't prove the gold here.
Have you met any white dragons?
Yeah, the white dragons is it's a group of white hats that okay, I'll have to admit, I sort of started it. Okay, what happened was, when I was inducted into the Asian secret societies, they asked me to contact Western white hats, and I went to the Russian embassy in Tokyo. I talked to MI6, I talked to CIA, and we built up a network of people who agreed that there's something fundamentally wrong with the system, that we need to change it. And it's a Western white hat group, and it's we're trying very hard to overthrow these satanic but we don't have big gold stashes, okay? And the Chinese, the actual Chinese Lotus Freemasons, 55 million members, including Xi Jinping, they told me they have 20 tons of gold. Okay, that's the real world. I have maybe an ounce of gold hidden around in different parts of my house, But basically, we're just a network of people who, are trying to fix the way this planet is governed, so that we stop destroying nature and we stop stealing from everybody on behalf of a tiny inbred elite. That's what we're fighting for. To liberate the planet from satanic
I believe
control.
the Russians have truckloads, boatloads of gold. The Russians. I think it's well known that under the Kremlin there are 25,000 tons of gold.
Well, again, let's see the pictures. I did find one real gold stash. This is in Bougainville. I went down there to visit the king there. They have the largest gold mine on Earth there, and they're being quarantined. They're not being allowed to produce that gold and put it into the system. But that's real, and that's something that we could use. And that's the sort of thing that I actually go there and see the mine for myself. Let me tell you a little bit of that story. What happened was, Bougainville is next door to Guadalcanal, where they had the big World War II battle between the Japanese and the Americans. And they found this gigantic gold stash there. They built this huge mine, but then in order to get the gold out of the ore, they used large amounts of, I think it's arsenic. And they were dumping it in the rivers, downstream. And they started fighting against the mine, and they had all these weapon stashes from World War II. And they actually beat the mercenaries hired by the Rothschilds, and they became an outlaw state. They're not recognized by the UN, but they're de facto in control of that area. And I went to visit them. And that is real gold, and that could be used. And they are willing to use it on behalf of humanity. This is the sort of thing that you actually go on the ground and report. You find stuff that's real and what's not, and that's real. That's something we could work with. But in any case,
the Russians have a lot of gold, Ben.
Yeah. Okay.
They hid a lot of gold from the Bolsheviks in the Russian Orthodox churches in false basements and false walls. I got that from a source in Switzerland. It's probably 100,000 tons.
Okay, well, I'll tell you a story that came from the Bank of Japan. During the Russian Revolution, Japanese sent battleships to Vladivostok, and they took out 100 tons of Tsarist gold that was being evacuated away from the communists, and they went from Tokyo to London. And that's something that you can verify that really happened. But after that, we don't know. But in any case, we do need to have an actual inventory of the gold. Another one.
Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford's 2025. There is a definite crisis in the United States. We can confirm that a fake Trump has completely taken over the Truth Social, the White House, and appeared at NATO. If you look at this video...
That's not allowed. No way.
Can we take photos for the president?
Nope.
These aren't official photographers.
They're posing.
Okay. Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. All our friends from the United States can join me to the bus. Now stop left over there. Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks.
Hey, take all your stuff.
You can see that Trump is just about the same height as the Queen of the Netherlands, and she is 5'10". According to Trump's own medical records, after his recent checkup, he's 6'3". So we definitely have a serious last-minute attempt by the Zionists to control government, and they definitely control whoever's in the White House pretending to be Donald Trump. We asked our people at the U.S. Space Force and the Defense Intelligence Agency and our other sources to try to find out what happened to the real Trump, but we can confirm that this fake, who's showing up and asking people not to persecute, or asking the Israeli government not to press corruption charges against Benjamin Netanyahu, which is ridiculous. I mean, the man is a war criminal, not to mention just a common criminal, and to have the U.S. president try to interfere in the justice system of another country is ridiculous. Now, the other thing that is obvious is that all the reporting on Iran has become incredibly fake, and it started with Ayatollah Khamenei making a speech saying, "We almost destroyed the Zionist regime, so now we're going to stop." That's not what I'm hearing from my own Iranian sources. My own sources are telling me that Khamenei is no longer in power, so he's being used in the Western media to make it look like Iran has stopped attacking Israel. But our own sources in Mossad and the Iranian sources say that they are definitely still going to keep attacking Israel until it stops its, genocide in Gaza, and basically they want to replace that racist country with a new country called Judea, which would allow all the residents equal rights. It would be but anyway, that is going on. Now, the other thing that's not in the news in the West is, and this was sent to me by the Iranians, is that Azerbaijan, the country north of Iran, allowed Israel to use its airspace to attack Iran. For that reason, a massive missile struck Azerbaijan. I'll try to get a link to the video of that. So that has expanded the attack to some extent. Now, the other thing is the Iranians are now posting videos of a bunch of F-35s that they claim they shot down, and it's clear that Israel now has no defense. However, and this is where it's getting really complicated, according to the French journalist Thierry Meyssan, Iran has a oil pipeline connected to Israel, and they're supplying Israel with oil, and this was continuing throughout this staged war. Not only that, the Russians and their official news agency TASS are saying that the Russian work helping with the Iranian nuclear program continued throughout these so-called attacks. But we can confirm that more than a third of Israel has been destroyed. I mean, the houses in Tel Aviv and Haifa and other towns are being demolished, and the citizens are trying to flee, but the government is not allowing them to. So I've been asking my military contacts, and I'd like anybody watching this video to do the same thing, to say, look, it is now obvious to a huge majority of the people that the politicians we're watching on our screens are traitors. When you have 85% of Americans said that the United States should not attack Iran for Israel, and yet we have all these politicians waving Israeli flags saying we got to attack Iran and cheering the attack on Iran. That shows that they don't work for the American people. They are almost certainly blackmail traitors. So it's just a question of arresting a few hundred people, mostly members of Congress and politicians in the West, and probably compromised top brass. But I am asking my own military connections, and I'm asking everybody watching to do the same. Look, the fact is the current regime is not going after the Epstein Island criminals. They're not going after the torturers, and they still control many of the G7 governments. So, we need to get something done. But, my own military contacts do say that the military refused orders from Pete Hegseth and the fake Trump to further attack Iran, that they were forced to back off. They had no choice. This was a revolt by the military rank and file. So what they ended up doing as a face-saving device is, after the compromised members of the Air Force did allow B-2s to attack an Iranian nuclear site, the first thing we must remember is that this was sabotaged by members of the U.S. military who told the Iranians that, there's going to be attack, here's where it's going to be, and allow them to prepare. So that's a sign that there are people in the military who were doing their best to prevent these nut jobs from starting World War III. Now, the other thing was that they, allowed Iran to retaliate by attacking the U.S. Air Force base in Qatar, and they also told the Americans in advance. So what this means is that officially the United States attacked, Iran retaliated, and that's it. It's over between the United States and Iran. But it's not over between Israel and Iran. That is still going on. And I heard that from MI6 that the Iranian military has taken over the government, and they've realized that there's a nest of Freemasons, who took over, their government as well as part of this insane plot to start World War III with Gog versus Magog. Now, the other thing I've been told by my military contacts is that the people behind the fake Trump are desperate for money, and they were hoping to use this, attack on Iran to get their hands on Persian gold, which is what they need to pay off their debts, and they didn't. And so now I've been warned by U.S. military white hats that they're going to plan some kind of nasty provocation with China. Again, this will be very dramatic, and it'll seem like World War III, but it's a bluff. They know very well they would lose completely if they really tried to fight a war with China. However, they might do something dramatic, like take out some Chinese satellites or do something pretty over the top. And this is another reason why we need white hats to take action. Now, if that's not enough, I think people also need to remember that the people now in power in the West, I'm asking everybody with military contacts to ask them why these bribed criminals are still running our government, and to force from the rank and file up to the top where all the corruption is located to remove these people. They don't hold elections in the West anymore. I think there were, in the 2020 election, there were, 52 million more voters than there were registered votes, people registered to vote. And this is also, this is not just the United States. Canada also basically stole its last election. And this has been going on in South Korea and Japan for a long time, although that may be about to change. I'm hearing that the puppet regime in Japan is being removed, and there's some kind of move with South Korea too. I expect that North Korea will take over there. They will join the peninsula, but the main point is that they're no longer, these Zionist wackos are no longer in control of East Asia. That means Taiwan, South Korea, Japan are not going to obey the fake Trump. And this is not just speculation. This is public announcements by the Japanese government that they're not going to meet the U.S. Delegates to talk about increasing military spending. They're basically saying, no, we're not going to fork over any money to you criminals. So it is a desperate situation. We also saw this NATO summit where they promised, 5% of the budget would go to the military 10 years from now, but they don't have money here and now, and they didn't pledge anything immediate because they don't have it. And Zelensky, the dictator, or the TV character pretending to be dictator of Ukraine, was being snubbed all around. And that whole fiasco is blowing up in their faces. They don't like to talk about it anymore because it's basically over. They lost. And so they're trying to pretend they didn't, but they did. So again, we're dealing with a terminally corrupt system, and the fact that they did not release the JFK files, they did not release the Epstein files, shows that almost the entire public political spectrum in the West, and that includes Canada, the United States, England, has been taken over by satanic gangsters who control through bribery and blackmail. And this is continuing. So we need to take action. We can't just sit and watch this show forever. And if I look, if you just, they're right now, for example, they're trying to put out this false narrative that Israel won a huge victory against Iran, and that the bombing totally destroyed the Iranian nuclear program and everything. But if you look at any comments that aren't censored under any news site, you'll see that nobody believes them. So we have now a critical mass, I'd say 80% of the people understand that we have a fake government run by pedophiles. And so it's up to the military and the police now to go up the chain of command, and it's being removed. And this is the situation we face now. I will try to get more information to you as it comes, but we need, first of all, to find out what happened to the Trump who was elected. The tall one was Melania. He's missing in action, so that should be a high priority for the U.S. the real intelligence people, is to find out where he is and bring him back and remove this fake Netanyahu supporting clown that we're seeing all over our screens these days. That's not Donald Trump, and we need to find him. And if he's not there, then clearly some kind of military emergency has to be declared because the commander-in-chief is missing. That's the reality we're facing. So overall, though, I mean, Israel is being destroyed. That's still continuing, and no amount of fake news is going to cover that up. You cannot hide reality forever. So hopefully things will get better, but I expect in the meantime more provocations. And we got multiple signs of some kind of huge false flag in the United States, and also perhaps in Southeast Asia around Independence Day, July 4th, 5th. The Chinese have all canceled their trips to Japan, and people are evacuating Tokyo because they expect something there on July 5th. And the Iranians uncovered a huge Israeli plot to stage a massive false flag in the United States, and they warned U.S. authorities and put an end to that. But they're still going to try other things because we're dealing with very desperate, very dangerous people who realize that they're going to face the death penalty for what they've done, among other things. This is what we're dealing with at the end of the day, and it's going to require military action. I've been asking my personal contacts, and hopefully, something will happen. But that's the situation we're facing now. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. I watched Trump address the nation, and like a previous comment, noticed Trump was a lot shorter than J.D. Vance. I know you touched on this earlier already. I also noticed that J.D. Vance's body language, by J.D. Vance's body language, he seemed unimpressed by Trump's comments. Surely J.D. Vance would know which Trump is the real one. If this is the fake one, why is J.D. Vance going along with it?
Well, that's a very good question. And clearly, I think what we're seeing in the United States is government by reality TV. So in other words, all those people in the Trump administration, I mean, many of them were picked because they were telegenic, they were good on TV, and so we have an acting troupe pretending to be the U.S. government, and we need to go after the script writers, the people who are writing this plot, and that trail will lead to the Chabad death cult, as well as members of the Rockefeller, Rothschild, Agnelli families. These are the people we need forensically to deal with. But clearly what we have now is not a government. What we have is a reality TV show trying to guide us into a predetermined future determined by people who don't have our best interests. Next question.
Ben, we have a secondary question to the two Trumps. The two Trumps, as it is, propose an enigma. They can't appear publicly at the same time, even in different places. So that begs the question, who is the person that's actually coordinating appearances and cueing some insiders not to raise the issue publicly? And what reasons do the opposing camps have to allow this?
I've actually run into instances where we have different Trumps appearing at around the same time, but that question is a good one and it needs to be answered. But as far as I can tell, the trail leads to the top of the Well, okay, the visible people who need to be removed are the fake Pope, the Jewish Pope Leo, and the fake King Charles, because right now they control the money printing machinery that is what's keeping this whole show going on. Basically, as long as these people can produce funny money, they can hire mercenaries and actors and bribe people. So that's at the end of the day, we're going to have to go after the Pope and the fake king, because these are the publicly visible, highest ranking members of this cabal, and that's where we need to focus in order to get this done. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Did the U.S. actually bomb Iran's nuclear facilities, or is this just more BS to kind of run around the ring?
Well, the International Atomic Energy Association, who've been inspecting these facilities forever, say there was no radiation leakage. The Iranians themselves say those facilities were abandoned. And the only radiation is coming from the depleted uranium that the Israelis illegally used in Iran. So, they did not bomb the facilities. And, I've been told by my Iranian sources, and it's also in public, they have withdrawn from the anti-nuclear treaty. And they did a nuclear test. So they already have a nuclear weapon. They have a bunch, and they have missiles to deliver them. So this attack was fake. Or it wasn't fake, but it didn't accomplish anything. That's the U.S. military saying that. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I saw a source which said that the Canadian Governor General asked for a recount of all Canadian ballots, and that Poilievre had won 6 more ridings, and that made Carney no longer RPM. Also, that she had approved the removal of Saskatchewan, Alberta, and BC from Canada. I have not heard this anywhere else. What are your thoughts?
Well, Mark Carney has proven himself to be a traitor by, for example, supporting the attack on Iran, which has nothing to do with Canada, and the G7 meeting he held was a huge flop. He was offered a chance for Canada to propose a future planning agency to replace the BIS, the IMF, and the World Bank structure, and that it would have $100 trillion financing as well as backing from the BRICS and the large part of the military and the intelligence community, and yet he refused to act on it. And he has not nationalized the Bank of Canada. If he did that, then Canadians would no longer need to pay income tax, and we would have no more debt. But he's continuing the system of Babylonian debt slavery. So I hope this is true. I'll try to find out, but we definitely need the military to remove these corrupt and compromised politicians in the UK, in Canada, and the US, and probably Australia and New Zealand as well. The Anglo-Saxon political system has been hijacked by a Satan-worshipping gang known as Chabad, and this is not deniable at this point. So we do need action. I hope it's true. I'll try to find out. But currently, everybody you're seeing as a politician in the West is a compromised actor, and this situation cannot be allowed to continue. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. Silver is viewed in many circles as being the linchpin that brings down the fiat monetary system. As a monetary metal, when the price of silver rises drastically, it will reveal the tens and hundreds of trillions of dollars printed out of thin air, resulting in hyperinflation. When will a large buyer finally drain the last ounces of silver from the banks, freeing humanity from the evil money exchangers? All it could take is a few $1 billion, as the silver is a very small market.
I know that the Latin Americans and the cartels are trying to use silver as a backing for a new financial system. They also promise that they will, take all the money that they have in warehouses from the drug trade and offer them to the future planning agency for humanitarian projects. So there is a move, to use this, to go for a silver-backed system. And the advantage of silver over gold is that a lot of the silver is controlled by Latin America, whereas most of the gold is controlled by Asians. And I believe that it was the silver lobby that prevented the Asian Pope Tagle from becoming, or the Archbishop Tagle from becoming Pope, and they offered silver to Latin silver instead of Asian gold to back the financial system. So let's see. But yeah, the fact is that they found these ancient cuneiform documents going back thousands of years that show that the amount of silver needed to buy a certain amount of grain is the same as thousands of years ago as it is today. It holds value, whereas the fiat dollar is like 1% of what it was 100 years ago. It has no value. So I think we're headed towards a new reality-backed financial system, and silver will have a major role, but I don't know exactly how it's going to play out. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week after the Canada Day and the July 4th celebrations, and hopefully they won't be able to carry out.
Japan did try to become independent around 2010. The Democratic Party of Japan was in power, and the American puppet, the LDP, was out of power, and they were, trying to forge an independent, national policy, and they were going to stop handing over Japanese money to the military-industrial complex. What happened was, of course, that Japan was attacked on March 11th, 2011. A nuclear weapon was, 5 nuclear weapons were buried in the seabed, were drilled in the seabed. And, they caused Fukushima, hit Tokyo next, and so the Japanese government caved and agreed to install the puppet Abe. Now, people were in the room with him at the time when the election was stolen that made him prime minister. And the first thing that happened was he was brought over to Davos in Switzerland to speak before the whole Davos crowd. And in his speech, he bragged that China was like Germany before World War I, and that it was about to be attacked by everybody and, split up into several countries. He made open threats. He read a Davos script. The other thing that Abe did was he set up a biological warfare facility disguised as a veterinary college, something that's been happening all over the world. And so he was a war criminal. There could be no doubt about it. I say past tense, we shall see. It's interesting. I was just, sending a message to his wife yesterday about something unrelated, but clearly this is a move that will have a lot of repercussions. It's also interesting that it's happening while the G20 foreign ministers are meeting in Indonesia to discuss, hopefully not the usual nothing, but actual fundamental changes to the way the planet is run. In particular, the United Nations Security Council. Now, the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council are France, England, the UK, United States, and China. I'm sorry, did I mention Russia? Russia, France, England, United States, and China. And 4 of those 5 are Western. And that's not the composition of the people of the world. So what's happened is we've had everybody come out from the rest of the world. Okay, so the Prime Minister of India, the Saudis, the Indonesians, the Africans, everyone's saying, enough is enough. And there's a world boycott going on now against the G7 group. And the Russians have been forced to side with the rest of the world, because they realize that the people who control the G7 countries are Nazis. They are bent on genocide. They are incompetent. I mean, any look at what's happening in the United States will make it obvious that we're suffering from a systems failure. We're suffering from a regime failure. We have a group of criminals, obvious criminals, who have seized power. Now, the other thing we need to point out is that a lot of the problems are now pointing towards the Vatican and the so-called Pope Francis. When I say the so-called Pope Francis, you got to remember, the real Francis was out there. He kind of solved a 1,000-year rift with the Russian Orthodox Church. He was the first pope to go to the Muslim world. He was really a very powerful and dynamic man who was trying to unify humanity. And then he was replaced. Remember, he disappeared, and for 2 weeks, instead of appearing at the window of St. Peter's, a hologram, an obvious hologram, was there. And then later, the man pretending to be Pope Francis was caught adjusting his rubber mask. There's a video of it. So the person who is now pretending to be Pope Francis is a fraud. And I asked the Peace-Free Freemasons who controls them, and he says a bunch of Kabbalists. It's their name for Khazarian mafia. They are the world's worst criminals, and an international campaign has clearly begun. The Georgia Guidestones being blown up was a sign that the plan to commit the removal of Boris Johnson means that we can now expect England to openly break from the NATO nonsense about the Ukraine. And in the Ukraine, I believe that the Ukrainian generals will remove the fraud Zelensky, and something's going to happen. I think something very, very big is about to happen. If things are going according to the alliance, the World Alliance's plan, then Europe will be unified. So from Lisbon to Vladivostok. That means Europeans will be able to have, country houses in Siberia, and it'll be a very good thing. It'll be an end to constant war and strife. It's something the Russians have always wanted. When the Soviet Union fell, said, okay, well, now we can join NATO. And they said, no, why not? Well, because we need an enemy? Well, it's because the Khazarian mafia hate the Russians because they're genuine Christians, and they have a policy of going after people who resist them on a generational basis. They wipe out entire races. They're profoundly evil. Now, the United States of America, too. Okay, you want to see a difference between the United States and Mexico? Look at the people, okay? The Spanish intermarried with the locals, and we have today's Mexicans. The Americans slaughtered the native peoples, and that's why we have today's Americans with a few, token reservations. So the current United States is built on genocide, and it's been the source of problems for the entire planet. It's in its 200 and whatever years of independence, it's almost been constantly at war with some place. Since World War II alone, they've attacked more than 35 countries, and now the nations of the world have been provided proof that they have built biological warfare facilities around the world. So the United States Republic, built on the ideals of democracy and freedom of the press, it's long gone. It's been taken over by a fascist group that wants to turn this planet into a giant animal farm with us as their chattel, their sheeple, do whatever they want to with impunity, and themselves as like God kings. And we know who these people are. So, for example, getting back to Abe, he's from the Mitsubishi group. They put him in. He went, to Seikei University, which is Mitsubishi University. Now, the Mitsubishi people are the main front for the Rockefeller family in Japan. That they're all chummy. So I think this was an aim at the current head, I understand, of the Rockefeller clan, which is David Rockefeller Jr., saying, your servants are not going to be allowed to, keep running Japan for you. So hopefully we will see bigger moves in the United States. I've heard that it's going to happen in August. Let's see, but we want to see changes that are visible. We don't want to have reports on the internet that Hillary Clinton was executed, only to have Hillary Clinton appear on all the network TV stations the next day, which is, and I've been done. This has been done to me. We know that the Hillary Clinton appearing now is 30 centimeters shorter than the one we saw before, but whatever. The fact that they can pretend these people are still there on their corporate screens is a sign that the battle is far from over. So we need to, at this point, for people to understand that this offensive by the good guys is going further, we need to see it so that you no longer see lies and propaganda on ABC News, on MSNBC, on CNN, all those places, the AP, New York Times. They need to be forced to report the truth. And that includes the truth about and turn the United States into a fascist country after 9/11. They need to be told this. The sheeple need to see this on their TV screens. We need to have Nuremberg-type trials. The people who promote, they need to be publicly punished. It's going to happen. It's happening. I believe that what we'll see next is Russian moves against other parts of Europe. And this is going to be in cooperation with the English, okay? And it's going to be a removal of a criminal group that seized power. They control the civilian governments. I know from 30 years of reporting in Japan, I've met all the prime ministers since that time, and they're actors reading scripts. The politicians are actors. They have reading scripts. They have no power. And the situation is the same now in the West. It's no longer democracy that we're fighting for. The West no longer stands for democracy. It doesn't stand for human rights. It doesn't stand for freedom of the press. It has been taken over by a very sinister group of gangsters. We need to remove them. The reason why the West is still going to survive is because they didn't take over the military and the agencies. These are meritocratic groups, and they're the ones who are now fighting to liberate the West. And this will be followed by a new agreement with the rest of the planet so that we actually have competent people who have the interests of the planet as a whole in their hearts, running things that affect us all. These are things like the oceans, the atmosphere, the ecosystems, things that we all share. We need to have some sort of shared agreement on how to make sure that we don't keep destroying the planet, as we have been. We have wiped out more living creatures in the past century than any time since the dinosaurs were wiped out by a meteorite 65 million years ago. That has to stop. And we have to stop having certain groups monopolize high tech under the excuse of national security. We need to have an open disclosure of technology and a sharing of this technology. It's all going to happen. So to conclude, some very good things are beginning, and a lot of bad guys are being taken down. I'm not saying it's going to end yet. I think there's a lot more turbulence ahead, but clearly the white hats have made a counter move, and it's just beginning. We're going to see a lot more before this is over. So that's what I have to say for myself today, and now I'd like to answer questions from my readers and viewers.
And then we have our first question today. This is obviously a very recent question. And although it's still currently breaking news, who do you believe shot the former Prime Minister of Japan, Abe Shinzo, today? In your opinion, would it have been a black hat or white hat operation? And does this attempt on Abe's life in any way shift the balance of power?
Well, it was a former member of the Japanese Self-Defense Forces and the Maritime Self-Defense Forces, so an heir to the traditions of the Japanese Navy. Since Abe was an open Nazi and he was building, trying to build bio-warfare facilities and start a war, I would say that this was a white hat operation by Japanese patriots who want to make Japan independent again. But the man has been caught, and he's a member of the Maritime Self-Defense Forces, so clearly we're seeing some kind of military move against the civilian government here. And I expect there will be a lot more happening before this is all over. Next question.
You touched on this briefly, but things are looking more positive now. However, there's still the question to be asked regarding reputable news sources. What are your thoughts on real, raw news, and are they credible?
Well, I've heard from some actual CIA sources that they are credible, but I know they have some kind of little blurb saying that this is all a fiction and a parody site, but I didn't know that. But when I had my previous blog at benjaminfulford.com, not benjaminfulford.net, that the WordPress hosts had a similar thing there saying this is all fiction and satire, and this is apparently weasel words put in by lawyers to prevent lawsuits. Now, the only thing about Real Raw News is that I've contacted them directly. They haven't gotten back to me. And at this point, I don't really trust them as a source. I think that if we're going to have trials in Guantanamo of people like Hillary Clinton, it should be on all the TV stations, all the networks, not one news site that puts out a little excuse for, you know what I mean? That's not how we're going to have our disclosure. We need Nuremberg-type tribunals that are visible on every TV set on Earth, not some internet site that supposedly reports from trials at Guantanamo. These need to be open and public, not just released on one site. Okay, next question.
It appears as though Justice Roberts has flipped/repented. Do you have any information on this?
I only have what is publicly available, and it's very clear that the Supreme Court is on the warpath against the people behind the Biden regime, and they're, clearly in the hands of conservatives, and I would have to say probably Christians, and I would say that the American Midwest is kind of woken up, and they're taking action through the Supreme Court, among other things. I know that Texas has now publicly gone and said the election was stolen. Wisconsin has followed. I expect this is going to be a snowball effect, and the fake Biden regime will be removed. But in order to remove that, they have to peel behind that, and they're going to find Obama. And then they go behind Obama, and they're going to find Pope Francis and the people behind him. And that's how far you got to go if you want to eliminate this Biden farce. And of course, the Rockefellers and Rothschilds. Next question.
We have our last question today. What sort of scare events do you think are planned in the future to wake the people up to the fake cabal and Biden regime?
I think we're going to see more and more escalations to the brink of World War III on many places, possibly Pakistan and India as a place, North Korea and South Korea. A lot of places they're going to try very hard to start their longed for World War III, and I think that's going to be a wake up call when we have people realizing that we're on the verge of destroying the planet. And this may be what we'll see. But obviously, we can also see they're trying to engineer a starvation crisis. They're doing the space thing. Now I've been starting to see reports about talk about tsunamis and some kind of magnetic pole shift event. So they're putting every bit of fear porn they can out there. And the best way to deal with it is to stay calm and ignore the BS and concentrate on what you can see in the real world. And when you see the screens pumping out fear and hate, but you walk the street and you see friendship and love, just turn off your screen and concentrate on the real world, and we'll get through this. All right. Thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you again next week. Well, there's a lot going on in the world as usual, and I think that all eyes are in the Middle East, where we have Russian presidential avatar Vladimir Putin in Iran and American presidential avatar Joe Senile Biden in Israel and Saudi Arabia. Now, they're fighting over something big, but I think at this point, before we go into what's happening in the Middle East, we need to look again at the overall world situation to put this in context. Basically, a proposal has been put to the nations of the earth and the United States, the United Nations, well, the United States too, that the UN Security Council, especially the permanent members of the UN Security Council, do not represent the people of the planet Earth. Now remember, the UN, these are the people who have a veto on whatever the UN does. And the countries are France, the UK, the United States, Russia, and China. These are the victors of World War II. But 4 out of those 5 are European. And Europeans are now about 1 out of 8 people on the planet Earth. So clearly, the UN Security Council, as it stands now, does not represent the planet Earth. So the proposal has been to replace this with a group of 7 regions. One is Africa. One is North and South America. Another is Europe, including Russia. Then there's China. Then there's East Asia outside of China. That's in Oceania, okay? And finally, there's the Muslim area, or the Middle East. And a lot of people have, at high levels of government, agreed to this plan. So in Europe, the Russians and the British have agreed that, yes, okay, a Europe united from Lisbon to Vladivostok would be a good idea. It would have the largest landmass of any of the 7 groups. All the Europeans could have cottages or dachas in the wilderness, so it'd be great. And of course, are the Khazarian would-be world dictators. In the Union of North and South America, well, the Ibero-Americans agree. The problem is the Khazarian mafia-controlled governments of the United States and Canada are resisting this change, but not the U.S. military, I should point out. Now, the Chinese are on board. The Indians are on board. The area of Oceania and East Asia, that includes Japan, Australia, Indonesia, etc. The Russian presidential avatar, Boris Yeltsin, he went to Indonesia and he said, look, we'll build a new capital in Borneo for this region. So they're on board, but Japan is still an occupied country and it won't agree until a final deal is reached worldwide. But something has clicked in Japan. The post-war occupation is going to end here. The fake regime that they've had since the end of World War II will end. Now, the same is true of Germany, okay? Germany will once again become an independent country, and they'll get something like the borders they had before the end of before the beginning of World War One. You know, so this is sort of the fundamental agreement. Okay, so now let's get to the Middle East. We have the people around Biden saying, "Come on, you know, we gotta fight Iran. We'll fight to protect you from Iran. They're going to get a nuclear weapon, and we'll do everything we can, you know, and we'll send you more weapons. So please, you know, give us oil, right?" Saudi Arabia and Iran have all asked to join the BRICS group. This is the, you know, the people to replace the current owners of the privately owned UN, IMF, World Bank. And so the new Middle Eastern region will now focus on a balance between the three traditional groups there, which are the Turks, or the heirs of the Byzantine Empire, the Iranians, or the heirs of the Persian Empire, and the Arabs, the heirs of the Sassanid Empire. So these are three groups, and they're going to come up with some sort of deal, and that's what we're seeing. As for Israel, you know, my understanding is that it'll be allowed to continue as a Jewish autonomous zone in that whatever new configuration. Now, these groups are not going to replace existing governments. What their job is to deal with stuff that's too big for a single government to do. These are things like the oceans, the destruction of natural ecosystems, the atmosphere, things that affect the entire planet. And the rules are that everything will be decided by majority vote. It's deliberately 7 so that there will always be a majority. And the veto will only be for that one region that vetoes. It won't be for everything. So right now, the way the UN is structured, if one country like the United States vetoes, as they have constantly on behalf of Israel, everything stops. It's dysfunctional, and that's going to be replaced. So that's the big story of what's happening. Now, there's a lot also going on, and I don't pretend to understand it all, but there's something happening at the various highest levels of finance. What is clear is that the IMF no longer has money, okay? They couldn't help Pakistan. They can't help Sri Lanka because they don't have money. They have been cut off. And the euro has fallen below the dollar because it's been cut off. Now remember, the dollar is not American. It's backed by gold and commodities, and that's why it's going way up compared to the other currencies. It's been reconfigured. It's no longer a fiat currency, and it's not controlled by the United States. The Federal Reserve Board in the United States can only pump out money to prop up the stock market and hand cash checks to Americans, which has resulted in a combination of asset inflation, where you have the stock market valuations way beyond reality, you know, so that Tesla would have to have record profits for 60 years to justify its share prices, something like that. Don't give me any exact numbers, but, you know, the point is it's a giant hallucination. And now we have the latest real inflation at, you know, the official number is 9.3, but if you go to the traditional way they counted inflation, you can find this at shadowstats.com. It's now 17.3%. So that means that U.S. living standards are plummeting. Now, in the meantime, what is the so-called Biden regime doing? Well, they are like a junkie who's taking his stuff to the pawn shop to get money for another fix. When I'm saying that is, for example, the Washington Examiner reported that Biden sold 1 million barrels of oil from the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve to a Chinese company that his son, Hunter Biden, was invested in, may still be invested in. And all these weapons stockpiles that have been built up, over the years, they are being sold. But the weapons aren't actually, most of them aren't actually going to the Ukraine. They're being sold. It's like a weapons bazaar. The Russians are buying some of them. The Syrians are buying them. The Afghans, everyone's buying them. It's like it's like they're taking their stack of, built up junk to the pawn shop and selling it to whoever at bargain basement prices. But of course, this is to the detriment of the United States military and U.S. security. So this is something that has to stop. And there's other things happening. Okay, so who are the people resisting? Well, one group for sure, it's the French branch of the Rothschild family. They are known by the name of de Rothschild. So please separate them from Rothschild from England and the Swiss branch. They're not working together anymore, okay? But the de Rothschilds have been deeply implicated in the, they're also now, according to U.S. military sources in Nigeria, the head of OPEC, the Nigerian oil minister, I believe, was the French de Rothschilds are funding this fake Boko Haram, which means books are forbidden, insurgency as part of an effort to steal Nigeria's oil reserves, okay? So the Nigerian military needs to understand that if they want to stop this, they've got to go to Switzerland and France and get the de Rothschild family if they want to, have peace in Nigeria and Africa as a whole, for example. So that's one of the things that's going on. Now in Sri Lanka as well, you can see that they've overrun the government offices. This is happening in a lot of countries now, and it's just begun in China. The reason for this is that the Chinese Communist Party, took the model used by, partly by Japan, partly by the Khazarian mafia for their economy, which is a debt-based system. And the result is something like 25% of all apartments are empty. And the prices were so high that it take an average worker 44 years of paying his entire salary to buy a house for his family to live in. In other words, the real estate market got way out of touch. And the reason why 25% of the apartments are empty is because the rich Chinese who own them think the value will drop as soon as someone moves in, because then they'll become used. So we have a situation where people cannot afford apartments, who actually need one for their family, and you have a bunch of empty ones. The system is dysfunctional. This is the largest asset class on earth. It's bigger than the U.S. Treasury market, and it's collapsing. And the result is that riots have begun, and the Chinese have shown themselves to be tougher than the Americans in many ways. For example, when the government of Beijing, they rebelled en masse, and the government was forced to back down after 2 days. Okay, and now they're doing the same with the payments for loans for these apartments. They're stopping to pay it. So they're imposing something, a jubilee, on China, and this is something that's going to happen worldwide because the total world debt load is now over $300 trillion. And they say Jerome Powell, he's going to jack up interest rates and put an end to inflation. Well, when Paul Volcker did it, there was only 100 trillion debt. So this is 3 times more, and most of it's now concentrated in the U.S. It's going to lead to a social collapse and a revolution. My advice to American people and other people is to take your money out of the bank, get cash, get physical gold. Do not trust the numbers inside the computers of financial institutions. It's all going to fall apart. One last thing I want to talk about today is I was reading a bunch of reports by a guy called David Sale, who was some kind of high-level financial guy. It's all about the Chiasso incident of 2009 when 2 Japanese, and Mr. Watanabe and Mr. Yamaguchi, were caught with $134 billion of bonds. This was some kind of high-level agency move against the people who own or control the financial system at the highest level. That's what I understand. I actually met these people, Mr. Watanabe and Yamaguchi. Watanabe said he was sent by the emperor to cash a bond so that they could finance a tunnel linking Korea with Japan. Of course, the question is, why would a Japanese have to go to Switzerland to get permission to build a tunnel between Korea and Japan? You know what I mean? It revealed a lot. In any case, to make a long story short, the whole effort failed. The bonds were given eventually by Neil Keenan to a guy called Daniel Del Bosco. He went to the finance committee of the U.S. Senate, and they said we can't do anything. He went to the Chinese Communist Party, and they said we can't do anything. And finally, Ban Ki-moon of the UN said, I'll give you $100 million to go away. And apparently he took the bribe and went away. But it shows that, somebody who controls Ban Ki-moon, and that would be, the Rockefellers, Rothschilds, these people, didn't want this to come out. But, in any case, we got to remember what we're dealing with. The financial system is the process of deciding what we as a species do in the future. And it was hijacked by a family gang, what I call the Khazarian Mafia, who wanted to turn this planet into a giant animal farm controlled by them. They wanted to enslave us forever and become god kings. This is, it's obvious in their own writing. And they're still very powerful. They still control a lot of the Fortune 500 companies. And they're still holed out in the area around Lake Geneva in Switzerland. So the Russian military campaign in the Ukraine is going to have to end up around Lake Geneva if this is to end. And I believe that the American military and the secret space program will help them in this endeavor. But overall, though, what we're going to witness over the coming months is a systems collapse. There's going to be a complete falling apart of the old system. And these people are not going quietly into the night. They're not, handing over control. They're not signing everything. They're going to fight to the last penny, to the last man. And so, we got to keep the pressure up. But there's a lot of good news. They publicly assassinated Abe in Japan. And it's interesting that nobody showed up at his funeral because they knew he was just a traitor and a hired hand, not a real statesman. I think only the most senior foreign person to show up at his funeral was Janet Yellen, the criminal from the Federal Reserve Board crime syndicate. So that's a sign. But then we saw the fall of Boris Johnson. That was another big sign. And now, they are criminally indicting Emmanuel Macron. So Macron's down. And Draghi in Italy, he's lost political support. He's clinging there, but he won't be around much longer. And then the fake Pope Francis, the real one's long gone. He is not much going to be around much longer. So finally, it's coming down to when this fake Biden things. I'm hoping that the whole group he's with will be arrested when they're in Saudi Arabia. I hope the U.S. military there will take action and grab these criminals while they can, while they are vulnerable in Saudi Arabia, and put an end to this whole nightmare. But in any case, humanity will be liberated, and we are going to enter a golden age of unprecedented prosperity and harmony with the environment. But first, we have to get rid of the criminals who presided over a system that has caused massive destruction of the environment. We have wiped out more species than any time since the dinosaurs were wiped out 65 million years ago. And every country that adopts their system suffers from a decline in population. Their system makes people not want to have babies. So when China took on their system, suddenly their population, they had no more babies. The Koreans have no babies. The Japanese have no babies. The Europeans have no babies. They're anti-life, okay? They're destroying the environment, and people are losing their families. They're not having children. So that's a sign that something is very wrong. Hamsters in cages don't want to have babies because they're stuck in cages and they see no future. People who are controlled by criminals don't see a future where they want to have a family. That's the sort of bottom line thing. They are anti-life. They're wiping out both human and animal and plant life around the planet. They're destroying the oceans. They need to be removed from power, and we're going to do it. The International Alliance, the BRICS of the British Commonwealth, the Russians, the Chinese, everybody's on board except for these final holdouts. And this will happen. They're concentrating in the Ukraine. They're still in charge of the fake Justin Castro and the fake Biden, but they're almost finished. So, folks, hang on. Take your money out of the bank, buy things that really exist, make sure you have access to food supplies, and hunker down for the turbulence that comes when we finally and permanently remove these people from all levers of world power. Okay, thanks for listening, and now I'll take questions.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question today. When you said that Russia is going to make moves in the rest of Europe, what exactly did you mean by that? Is the war going to expand? What are we supposed to expect? Are you saying Romania and perhaps other countries are going to be invaded by the Russians?
I don't think that they will have to invade. I think that an internal move will be made. You can see this with the complete shutdown of the Dutch economy. You can see this with the French Parliament rejecting the policies of the election-stealing Macron. You'll see this also when they cut off the gas and the entire economy of Western Europe grinds to a standstill. In other words, they won't have to do it militarily because a majority of the people in Europe agree that a united Europe from Lisbon to Vladivostok would be a good idea. It'll be democratic, it'll respect human rights, and it'll be a very prosperous thing. People don't realize it, but Russia actually is a democracy. It's a European democracy, contrary to the propaganda you're seeing in the corporate press. So yeah, they're going to make a move, but it's not going to have to be military. It's the bottom line. Agreement. The British have agreed. It's basically just a few criminal holdouts who have bribed and blackmailed the top levels of the political system who are going to be removed, but it won't be requiring military action. This would be more of an intelligence agency and popular revolt type of thing. Next question.
On February 26th, 2022, it was reported U.S. Special Forces seized control of the nation's Strategic Petroleum Reserve after learning the criminal Biden regime had donated to France approximately 35 million barrels of crude, the equivalent of 5% of our nation's protected fuel supply. However, on July 6th, Tucker Carlson of Fox News announced that the Biden regime is selling SPR reserves to India and China. Are we to understand Mr. Carlson is spouting fear porn and the SPR is not being drained, but under the safe control of the military?
I don't know for sure, but the last time I looked at the Strategic Petroleum Reserve numbers, it looked like they were going down this is the official results. They're draining them really fast. And the reason they're doing that is because there's an international oil boycott. In other words, the petrodollar that was built by Henry Kissinger is no longer functional. The Americans can no longer print dollars and get oil. And so even if they are selling oil to India or China, it's a good guess that they are using the money to buy a different kind of oil that's more compatible with their refineries because they need to pay cash. But I don't know the details. However, I do know that the entire U.S. economy is going to eventually grind to a stop because of this international boycott of the criminal fake Biden regime. The U.S. is going to run out of oil as things go, as will Western Europe. Next question.
Hi, Ben. My question regards the Masons. There's so much data about them. Can you describe their structure a little bit? For example, the difference between P2 and P3. What does the P stand for? How many groups do they have? How do they relate to the Vatican? Also, can you elaborate on the three different popes I've heard about, the white, black, and the gray? Thank you.
Well, Freemasons are, they're like there are many flavors. Okay, we'll start with that. They recruit people who are influential in different fields, and they bring them into these meetings where they informally decide stuff. And at a very high level, they were instruments of control used by royal families or other groups. So, for example, the Scots Rite Freemasons are ultimately probably headed, controlled by a member of the British royal family. I believe that's all public knowledge. Then they have the Grand Lodge de l'Orient. These are the French Freemasons, and they actually are the only ones that allow people to be atheists. And I know they controlled General MacArthur and that they were powerful in East Asia. And then we talk about the P2. This is known as Propaganda Duo, and it was a group that when I met them, they claimed that they went back 26,000 years, and that they were running history according to a plot given them by extraterrestrial beings, and it was all coordinated with planetary movements. I don't know if I believe all that, but certainly they were the sort of secret control arm of the families that controlled the Roman Empire, and they wanted to create a world Roman Empire. Now, they switched from P2 to P3, partly because of the big scandal involving the P2. It's all over the internet if you want to study it, but also a lot of the people have been exiled. So, for example, Leo Zagami is now in Palm Springs, Florida, or in California. He can't go back to Italy or he'll be arrested. So they renamed themselves P3 to try to make it clear that something new would happen. But these people, they control the Pope and the Mafia, they told me, and they're like another branch. It's like having different church groups, different branches of Christianity. They're not all monolith. And most of the people think they're doing charitable work for their greater good, and that they have this special network of, people who are influential and they can meet informally. I think a lot of them are being manipulated right now, and they are not doing good work, which is what they think they're doing. So I don't know if that answers all your question, but they're like these collective group minds, and they're not a monolith. There's different flavors and branches, and they're not all united. That's what I could say about them. They're sort of like a chamber of Congress with a secret arm, and they do sometimes do,